used from the beginning.
Wow. Good night. Apollo Apollyon, and I would usually follow that with a bunch of things that I think I am, but the only thing I am today is probably not doing alright. Also, sorry, my brain is very fried because I don't understand what's happening with the music, so now I'm just like stuck here in limbo, but we're gonna stay here for a bit in this starting screen because there is a lot of things I need to say, or at least want to say, about Furina, about me, and about a whole bunch of things. I've had a lot of thoughts. I've had a lot of stuff happening. Yeah. And I don't really know how to word those because I'm notoriously bad with words despite being a poet. Or despite theoretically being a poet. For one thing, I've changed my audio settings and now I'm very conscious about it because I feel like I've messed up the audio somehow and everything's gone a little bit the audio's all odd. I might decide to change it. I'm gonna change this on the fly. Let's see what happens when I change this on the fly. Hold on. Let me put the output gain down a bit, because I'm in the red and I want to be in the yellow, but I don't know if I want to be in yellow. I don't know if I want to be in the red or the yellow. I don't know what's better there. Okay. My thoughts are very disjointed and everything is slightly off. I wasn't going to stream today, but two things. One, the Furina banner is ending in less than 24 hours, and I don't know if I'm going to be awake in 24 hours to do another stream, so I need to do this today. And another thing, if I'm kind of broken inside, that's kind of perfect for this quest, isn't it? That's kind of the perfect thing for this. It's the perfect state to be in, I guess, because it's I've titled, what did I title this stream? Emotional destruction, emotional catharsis. I know I'm going to cry a lot. I know there's gonna be a lot of just emotional whoa there. Whatever that means. Alright, how do I word this? The funny thing about me is that I keep like, I have like dreams and I wake up and I think about things a lot and I think about the exact way I want to phrase things and all this like romanticized speech that I can do if I just didn't care, but the problem is that I do care and then that messes things up. But like all this perfectly romanticized speech that I can just like enunciate my emotions perfectly well and everything is grand and everyone understands what I say, but that's odd. I don't like this music. This music is odd. I don't know what to do. Can I'll just stop the music. We're just not gonna have music in the background. The music distracts me. The music makes my brain ache in a way. So we're just not. Actually, I know what we're gonna do. We are actually going to just we're going to go. How do I do this? How do I make this a thing? Hold on. If I add I'm gonna do something dumb. Let's see. Audio output capture. Can I just? I'm gonna port over the Genshin. That is not how that works. Hold on. Remove that. We're changing this just so I have Genshin music in the background, I guess. How did I do it? I don't know where I did it over there. Application audio output. Does this work? Genshin. Do that. Yeah. And then that's not doing anything. Hold on. This is very confusing. There's so much easier ways to do this, but I'm doing it this way. Audio out. How would I do this? Audio input, audio output. Sorry, give me a second. Trying to figure out what I'm doing here. Maybe is that? What the heck is that? Do that. Yes. No. Okay, that clearly just does not work. Remove that. Maybe if I... Okay, I'm just gonna go to my Genshin screen for a minute. We're not doing the Genshin thing right now. I just want to copy this. Yeah. Copy the thing I have on this window. Bring it over here. Oh, excellent. Okay. Now we just have like casual Genshin music in the background. That's calming to me. That's good for me. That's something I can vibe with. I'm not going to use my normal stream audio thing. Okay. Also, obviously, there's going to be a lot of spoilers for like the Fontaine arc on Quest. A few things I haven't done, like all of Fontaine. I still need to do like Nervalet and stuff like that. But like, I'm going to be talking a lot about a lot of things to do with Fontaine in Furina Story Quest. Obviously, there's a lot of Fontaine context I'm probably going to be bringing up throughout the course of this. Yeah. But before we get on to Furina, I actually wanted to talk about Kale just for a little bit, because I've came to like a small realization. Because it's always been for Kale that I've always like really related to Kale in a way, not through like her background or anything, but how she's always been someone who's suffered and been through a lot, but also at the end of the day came out of it wanting to help people. She was like inspired by Amber and all the people who helped her, and like she like kind of turned it all around a bit and like turned around her... I didn't read the manga, so I don't know too much about it, but like turned around like her entire attitude, I guess, or something like that, and then like turned to someone who like really wants to help people because she's been helped so much and stuff like that. And like I really related with that, and I thought that was... Yeah, that's kind of like my whole thing, but something I didn't really think too much about until very, very recently was that Kale and their English VA both share like chronic illness, disability kind of thing, and that kind of thing. And I never really actually realized that that's also a me thing because of ADHD, and because it's like so severe that I kind of just suffer through life, and have kind of been suffering through life this entire time without ever really realizing it. And that's kind of like a big factor there, and probably also maybe at least like subconsciously why I relate to Kale a lot. And why I kind of see her as like a reflection of me and all that. That was just a interesting realization to come across. Yeah. And as for Furina, also I'm realizing like from the outside looking in, this is like a really odd segment to include in the stream, but just I need to get at least some of this off my chest. I've been bottling this in for a while, and that comes into context. No, that comes into key, into frame, into I don't know. It's something to do with Furina. Yeah, and I have a really bad habit of apologizing for things that, for one thing, I can't control, and for another thing, I don't really know why I'm apologizing for things when I'm not really. I don't know. I shouldn't apologize for just being me. But I keep doing it. And if I apologize for doing that, then that's just hypocritical. Okay. But there was a something I threw up at... I'm just gonna copy this as well. Hold on, let me Control C here, Control V. This. There was a tweet I made 5 days ago that was just kind of like a slow realization. It's like, oh, I'm acting like Furina. Wait, does that mean I feel like... Oh, that means I feel like Furina. Ah, shit. And that was quite a fun realization to make. Oh, I know I wanted to bring this up because I think it relates to like the story quests in a bit. Sorry, I'm just reading through this. Brain. What is brain doing? What was my point with this? I wanted to make a point with this. There's some point I wanted to go across with this. I'm confused. Also, I feel there's like a sinking feeling in my gut that feels like really terrible for doing all this because I know I'm like taking up a lot of time and wasting people's time, stuff like that. But like, I need to destroy that. I need to take that part of my brain, like shove it in a corner or set it on fire. Because this stuff is important to me. And I need to get things out instead of just like hiding behind a facade, which is a very Furina-esque thing to do. But I'm scared of like things being too long. I like things being short because I know people will watch short things rather than long things, but I take a lot of time to do things. I don't want to say slow, but I take a lot of time. I take my time with things, and I know that's not exactly people's cup of tea, but that is mine. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to remember what I wanted to word about that. The like exact thing I wanted to say about Furina. It's like Furina, it's like slightly related to ADHD as well in some way. Let me drink another sip of water. I think it's really telling that for me, the most like emotionally impactful thing about... Oh, I know. Yeah. The most emotionally impactful thing of part 5 of that Archon quest, at like towards the very, very end, throughout all like the emotional Furina moments and stuff like that, the one thing that got me the most out of all of that was during her little performance segment she was doing to Traveler, and it's the whole 500 years of acting as someone else, 500 years of acting like the person everyone around you wants you to be, expects you to be, the person inside of you, the other you wants you to be, acting as someone else. And Furina by day 3 or 4 was already so exhausted of doing that. So like already just burnt out and broken, and Focalor made a point that she never let the facade slip. She never like let it crack or something. I think Focalor was actually kind of wrong there. I think that was from the perspective of Focalor. Like, sure, the Masquerade never truly fell. No one ever really truly suspected that Furina wasn't truly like at least a divine part of the Hydro Archon until the very, very end. But Furina definitely cracked. Furina definitely was broken by that point, and she was just still trying her best to hide it all and cram it all in. And I think I get like really slow talking when I'm trying to like go through emotions. That's probably a thing that happens because I'm trying to think my way through that, and it's hard to think and emote at the same time. Where am I going with this? Hold on. Where was I going with this? My train of thought, I lost it. It's gone somewhere. It's gone out the window. Oh no, defenestration. Where did it go? Where was I? Hold on. I keep wanting to say sorry, and I need to stop. I need to like get sorry out of my vocabulary, but it's like a very natural thing to say there, so I don't know what else to do there. What was I? Yeah, no, but she was definitely like letting it slip a lot. It just no one realized, no one could put together the pieces, but she was letting the pieces show. She had a breakdown in that one scene where it's like the lady was speaking of like her relative, and Furina realized that was like 500 years ago. And she realized that she had put up an act that exhausted her for 500 years that she was already so sick of by day 3. And she was crying, and she didn't notice her own crying. And she was like going through the... Hold on. Actually, hold on. I'm going to... That's a starting screen. I'm going to... I didn't want to do this just yet, but... It has to be, right? There has to be a voice line. It's in here somewhere. 5... Opera... Yeah, it's 100% in here somewhere, right? Scene 180... And if you calculate that out, it's like year 5 or something. Madame Deoteria...
Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone.
Yeah, she reached that day. She already reached her limit on like day 3 or 4 or something like that, and she just had to keep going on to save her own people. And also just and because it was people what the people wanted from her, and like the very first scene of that was like her trying to figure out what her people wanted from an Archon and trying to figure out how to act like that. And it's also another thing I wanted to... I was seeing people say this, like on Twitter or something, is like that the reason she was so excited about like big theaters and big, trials in the first place was because I think Focalord told her, or at least Mirror Her told her, that she was awaiting a grandest trial, grandest, most theatrical trial, and that's why she sought out the biggest and most extravagant trials and stuff like that. That's the entire reason for that, because she was waiting for that moment that she would be released from that. Yeah. And how that all relates back. I want to say how that all relates back to me, but if I say that, I feel like I'm being a narcissist or I'm being like self-centered or something like that, but I'm allowed. I'm allowed just this once. But that whole thing is so strikingly similar to how people with ADHD and people with like autism and stuff like that a lot of the time will build up a mask to seem neurotypical or to seem normal to everyone else. We learn traits and behaviors that everyone else thinks is normal. We learn to do the things everyone else wants us to. We learn to hide ourselves away behind a mask that makes other people comfortable. And after years and years and years of that, you start to lose who you really are. You can't actually figure out what the difference is between you and the act you put on. You don't know if there is a difference. You don't know that if you demask yourself, is that really you, or you the person you're acting as now? It becomes really hard to tell that difference. It becomes really hard to be you, because you don't actually know who that is anymore. And when people tell you to act and just be yourself and just act as you, you don't know if they're asking you to put the mask back on or if they're asking you to really be you. Because the real you, a lot of the time, will scare people away. But also not being you tires you out. And you become exhausted and entirely burnt out of existing. And sometimes you'll chase a spark just because you hope that'll bring you out of burnout. It'll reignite what you think you lost, but you just stay kind of destroyed and hollow. And you're just kind of stuck there for a bit. And hey, that's my situation, so that's how I kind of relate to all that. And that's what I think Furina is going to go through in this story quest. I kind of already know a little bit, but I'm hoping that's like the exploration we get of just that. When you spend 500 years faking up some other personality that other people would probably like and approve of more than you, it becomes really hard to be yourself because you think you are that person at that point. And it feels wrong to be anyone else. It feels wrong to be yourself because people like that other version of you. And the other version of you feels functional and correct and like what it's supposed to be, but it also just slowly kills you inside. And I think you'll get to see Furina exploring that true version of her and like that relation between like her true self and like the act she puts on, and how there might not actually really be all that much of a difference because they've merged into one at this point. All the faces you wore stop being separate entities and start just being one singular conglomerate of a thing. Okay. I think that's everything I kind of wanted to get off my chest. Yeah. All right. I think I have everything set up just to head on over. All right. And I'm already predicting that I am going to cry a lot. I'm going to be very emotional during this. I'm going to probably be very, okay, I know for very specific things I'm not going to be quiet. But I know for a lot of it I might be really quiet and just like emotional and broody, and that's okay. That's to be expected. Okay, but also before we do that, I wanted to do I want to do like the final summons of like the weapons, or just like what the tiny little amount of primogems that I gathered up. I don't know where to do that though, because I don't want to. I don't want to do it in like the opera epic class. I don't want to do it like in the theater. I don't want to do it like anywhere. I don't know. Because I think that after 500 years of putting up an act, after 500 years of faking something you're not, just for the good of your entire people, and then realizing you're not, realizing that you're entirely free, I think you distance yourself from that entirely. So I don't know where I would pull for. I don't know if I should. Maybe I'll pull after the quest, but I don't know if I'll have enough energy to pull after the quest. So let's just yeah, let's just go here. I haven't really had the opportunity to go and like gather up a whole bunch of primogems. I tried. Well, that's really just like, you really just stand there? That's very interesting. I've been walking through, I thought you would have to like talk to her instead of just like walking past it, but like I've been like walking past her hoping not to trigger that because I wanted to get like the full thing. Okay. And I'm all good for resin and such. I did want to do like one last pull for like the weapon thing, but I don't know if I have like the energy to give any fun reactions or anything like that. Also, I feel like if I shout too loud, my mic will peak because I've changed all my settings. All right, let's, yeah. Let's do one more summoning, one more little tiny summoning session, which is all the tiny little bits we've gathered up. That's probably only like, I want to say 30, maybe 30 more wishes for the weapon banner. That's so sad. I just want the sparkly. I just want the shiny thing because it's perfect for her. Just look at it. It's amazing. It's incredible. Okay, we purge our bad luck on the standard. That's not what I meant by purge the bad luck. Oh no. What's it gonna be? Who do I not have? Is Dea standard? Can I get a Dea? Because I think if I get a Dea, I like complete my standard roster. 2? Farzan on a standard, okay. 4, 5, it'll be on 5, watch. Right in the middle. No. It's a bow. Right on 6. Maybe it's not even gonna be a character, it's gonna be a weapon, isn't it? There's gonna be some random weapon. I like the Monza weapons though. They are shiny, the standard ones. Oh, yep, there. Ammo's bow. Okay. Wait, I can use that on. Isn't that good for Ganyu? I don't think I had this before. Yo, that's pretty nice. Okay. I was supposed to purge bad luck. I didn't mean to. Uh-oh. That's not good. Wrong weapon banner. Yikes. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to. What am I using on it right now? I was swapping it out with Aqua Simulacra, but Ammo's bow I think is her best in slot. I remember it used to be at least. That's cool. It's like a unicorn bow. It's very odd. Extremely ancient bow that has retained its power despite its original master being long gone. It draws power from everyone and everything in this world, and the further away you are from that which your heart desires, the more powerful it is. Interesting. So if I used that, it would like one-shot the entire universe. Hey, okay. I'll level up in the future, but I also want to go for like just some voice lines and stuff before we start. All right. We're also going to, not immediately, but we will transfer those over. That's a Baiju. We're not gonna go for a Baiju. I do find him interesting though, and I do mean to do a story quest at some point. Okay. One more attempt at the weapon. Should I get rid of these 3, or should I'll get rid of the 3 and like hope for a lucky early one. Get rid of the 3. Early. Nope. Early. Come on. Manifest an early. Dang, okay. And we don't have a whole lot of these, but we'll do, I think, like 30 or so, however many we have, if I've done the math right. Hello. Hey, Zo. I think I have you C6'd, so that just gives me those. Yummy. And a shiny sword. The wrong shiny sword one. I want the blue one. The very, very blue one. The Presto Espresso one. Uh-oh. Yeah, we just have enough for 20 more. Oh no. Come on. I mean, a triple four star ain't that bad. But if they were characters, I get more star glitter, you know? Okay. That's enough for like 10 more and then a little bit more, I think. Boom. Okay. One more chance, come on. I think this is a 50-50. It's a 50-50 for if we get the 2 feature, and it's a 50-50 for if we get... It's a 50-50 for if we get the shiniest sword in existence for Lady Furina. Okay, come on. Manifest it. Shiny Depresso Espresso sword. No. I should stop calling it the Depresso Espresso sword. But That's the perfect name for it. Just for today. Just for today, that is the perfect name for it. Depresso Espresso Sword. Come on, come on, come home. Depresso Espresso Sword. It's not like, I mean, it might be a Depresso Espresso Sword. I don't know the lore of the Sacrificial series, but come on. Depresso Espresso 5-star. Depresso Espresso Sword. Boom. Let's go. Okay. Well, that I think that was a 25% chance. Because it's 50, 50, 50, 50. Awesome. And it also came home a little bit early, I do believe. Which is just nice. I have a C2 R1. You'll love to see it. Well deserved for Furina. But maybe a double? Can I get greedy and have an R2? Maybe. No? Okay. But we got the weapon. I am so happy for that. We are so back. After getting the donut last time. Oh my god. Let's go. I don't even know what this does. I'm just gonna throw it on her. And with the rest of everything, like I think I was saying before, we pull for more Furina copies. Because what else would we do with this? I'm not saving up for anyone else. I don't need anyone else. Almost. Beta, okay, giving us more of those. We convert all of them, which amounts to just 9. Okay, and then we do singles. I think C3, we want C3. C3 would be so shiny if we got that, come on. Manifest. I don't know how much pity we're in. We're probably like nowhere near pity. I would accept like a Charlotte though. Some Charlotte constellations would be great. Come on, game. Come on, game. You were generous with the weapon. Can't you be a little bit more generous if it's just like 1 or 2 more Furinas? It'd be awesome. Dang. Gonna make me use them all up. Okay. Also, I was hearing, or I was reading some interesting lore about fate and stuff like that in Genshin. It made me think a lot about these interesting stones. I have really slow reaction times. I see like a blue and I assume it just gone like gold until like I wait like a few milliseconds. Maybe I'm just like too hopeful. The last one. Come on. Okay. Charlotte? No, that's a Rust. Okay. Thanks anyways. It would be nice if that refreshed, but oh well. Do I have... No, I used up literally everything for this. Okay. After the story quest, I think we'll have some... I think we'll have some primos ready. Oh, look at that. It's perfect. As it should be. A C2 R1. Can I level this up at all? Do I have any ability to level this up? I don't know if I have any of the materials. I don't think I do. I haven't farmed like the domain it would probably need. I'll have to probably do this off stream then. Yeah. Level 20. So sad. Wait. Where is this? Domain not yet. I haven't... Wait, is this in... Wait. No, where would this be? I guess I never had to unlock that. For now, she has that, but I will level that up for her. It'll be grand. Where would that even... Huh? I'm confused. Oh, it's probably this, right? And then I just need to wait for that to show up at some point. Okay. I'll try to figure that out off stream. But I'm really... So I'm just gonna swap since I don't plan to do combat or anything right now. That's pretty. That's so pretty. Yeah. C2R1, as she deserves. As I've gotten for every other character that I've done the same for. Yoimiya, Hu Tao, and Nahida. I should make a team with just them, but then there wouldn't be a healer. Alright. And I'll just keep that on you because it's shiny. Alright, we're gonna go through voice lines now. So I think because I changed my sound settings, you might be able to hear me drinking water easier, which is not a good thing. I wanted to go... What is this? Oh, I got a Firezone constellation. I forgot. Shiny. Nice. Anyone else? I don't think anyone else. Okay. I know the Archons have something to say about her. And I only have 3 of them. They would all be up here. They'd all be like 90'd, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Zhongli first.
She made a contract with her own self to save the nation. Strictly adhered to it for over 5 centuries without once wavering, and even fooled the heavenly principles in the end. I have great respect for approaches to justice that place exacting demands not only on others, but also on the self. Though her divinity has vanished, and the throne of the Archon is no more, Furina will go down in Fontaine's history as a god of justice worthy of recognition.
Damn right. Yeah, she never willingly let it slip. Her... What's the word? What's the word I'm looking for her? Looking for here? Her composure, no, her something. Her devotion to it, her devotion to like keeping it never slipped even once, really. Even though she was breaking entirely on the inside, she was still, her willpower never slipped. Entirely, at least. Even though she was entirely breaking inside because of it. She put the cruelest of contracts on herself, but still managed to see it out through to the end. Something entirely deserving of respect. At the very least. And maybe like decades of therapy. Yeah. I'll save Nahida for last just because I think Nahida the most out of the Archons in terms of like what she would probably have to say.
For 5 centuries, I dueled the Raiden Shogun in my personal realm of consciousness to confirm the steadfastness of my will. Yet this Furina you speak of, though possessing only a frail human body, committed herself to acting out her part every second of every day for 500 years. A true battle of the spirit. Her willpower has indeed reached the level of a god.
Or beyond. The willpower to shatter Celestia. Or at least shatter the truth that Celestia holds so dear. And Nahida.
People often say that wisdom isn't about what you know, but knowing what you can change. It is beyond question that the prophecy was carved into ermine so long ago. And while it may look like nothing has changed, it also seems like everything has. I think we both know her to be smart enough to turn the fate of the world around.
Alright, and then we'll read a little bit of her story. Some of this is locked behind the little ocean, the rest of it not so much. That'll be entertaining. We have like almost all of them, that's awesome. Oh, I guess character story 6 is locked behind her character story. Okay. Also, I know, I'm going to admit something here. I saw that, Marco Meatball, I follow him because like he does like interesting stuff with like music and stuff. I like his discussions. Very cool person. I will admit I kind of forgot the name of the character voice though. I do hope they show up again. They're very cool. But I saw that they like uploaded like a 2-hour thing of them like streaming the Furina Story Quest or something like that, or whatever they did there, and I'm really excited to watch that because I want to see their perspective on that, because I think I read their description that they also kind of like relate to Furina and stuff like that, and that's always so fun to see. I want to see their perspective on this. That's gonna be awesome. So I'm really excited to like watch that. Maybe not directly after this, but in a bit, maybe in a few days. I'm really excited to watch that. I don't know why I bring that up. I think they're a cool person. Alright. Although Furina does tend to give people the impression of one prone to wandering thoughts and only tangential concerns for the rules, she does have strict standards. In certain circumstances, anyway. Especially before or after performances. Everything must be to her satisfaction, be it the make or color of the props, the timing of the brightening and dimming of the lighting, or the pace and rhythm of the music. As such, sharing the stage with the god is not some shortcut to glory, but one paved with blood, sweat, and tears, to the point where even the stories of a hard-to-please superstar prima donna fond of shows and with theatrical swagger to spare has reached even the lowliest street stalls. Indeed, there was once a famous troupe that won the chance to perform with her, and pretended to agree to her exacting demands, only to default to methods they were more accustomed to during real rehearsals and performance prep. The troupe director was confident in this method, believing that given Furina's personality, she would be most willing to back down on said demands if she were appropriately flattered, and saw that everything was already complete and thus too late to change, a most excellent way to save effort and trouble. But when the director began moving their props to the opera epic Les, he found Furina there, directing another troupe as they set up their stage rigging. Why, below, he didn't seem interested in my opinion, so I arranged to perform with a different troupe. The director was stunned. He had planned for Furina to discover the flaws in her views only after setup was complete. But he could already tell that the stage sections that had been constructed precisely in accordance with her directions were significantly superior. Ordinary audience members couldn't necessarily tell, of course, but professionals, the difference was always in the details, and these were obvious at a glance. Still, this director was unwilling to simply turn back, criticizing Furina for not adhering to the spirit of contractual obligation by not informing them beforehand of her contingency arrangements. Furina would not let this villain cast the first stone, instead scrunching her face into an expression of disbelief. You really didn't believe I'm that much of a gullible fool, do you? Guards, send them their way. Character Story 4. Round and round the indeterminable performance went, the days of the curtain call ever beyond reach, but so long as a prophecy loomed, the tales of this god must go on. Though Fontanians found no real reason to doubt Furina over the years, she knew that the collapse of trust could begin with a single crack. No matter how small, once it appeared, it would be irreversible. And the consequences of being exposed would be to reduce all her long years of work to dust. To allow Fontaine to fall, that was unconscionable. So she did her best to laugh loudly when she should be glad, and weep bitterly when she should grieve, and displayed a divine bearing of an archon when it was time to show off. All without fail. All without rest. She knew that this was a performance. If she could endure until the danger had passed, she could finally take off her mask and regain the freedom to express her feelings. Yet she slowly began to realize that the godly role she was playing was eating into her. A horrifying doubt began to creep up on her. How should she react when glad, if not to laugh loudly? Perhaps she was once a girl who did not much enjoy laughter. Perhaps she had once been the sort to give up on herself at the first sign of difficulty. But since such emotions had already slipped away, bit by bit. Those in performance arts often say that one must become a character to play them. From that perspective, Furina's performance as a Hydro Archon has been flawless. Her painstaking perseverance produced a perfect product. But no one has ever spoken of what might transpire once the last light had dimmed. For to them, the stage is fleeting. For one such as Furina, who has acted for far too long, even the path back off stage has faded into dust, buried by the sands of time. Yeah, that was sort of like what I was talking about at the start. I think we're 100% going to be touching into that in the story quest. Character story 5. The crisis of original sin was resolved, and Fontaine came under a new order. The affected areas were gradually rebuilt, and the people held high hopes for the future. Furina was the only one with no place in this new world. She was quick to pack her bags and leave the Palais Mermonia. Nor did she return to the Opera Pixiv. She simply wanted to leave the memories that brought her so much pain as far behind as possible, and she was uninterested in the debate surrounding her. The Hydra Archon's tale was over, as it should be. But where should an actress who had finished her part and fulfilled her duty go? None could say, and the concept of freedom rang hollow. Furina's luggage remained piled up in her new rental apartment. She lacked all will even to tidy up or get moved in. All she could do was lie in bed and stare at the bare ceiling. Yeah, I know that feeling. Those she knew had very quickly found their place in the new order. Whether due to their strength, duties, or friendships, their importance made them irreplaceable. In circumstances such as these, didn't free simply mean being someone who no one needed? Just as she had reached this conclusion, her new residence received its first guest, Cloran, the champion duelist. The duelist was shocked at Furina's living conditions, quickly expressing her willingness to pay for better accommodations, a notion Furina expended no small amount of effort disabusing her of. Despite this, she was dragged, however reluctantly, into at least properly unpacking and tidying up the room. Cloran then explained that she was here to invite Furina to a gathering. The duelist rarely took part in social events, but this gathering was one of old friends, who, as it happened, also knew Furina, and whom Cloran had not seen in a while anyway, so she thought she'd extend an invitation. In days past, Furina would certainly have refused, for the greater the intimacy of her association with others, the more difficult it would be to conceal her true identity. The duelist smiled as Furina guiltily lifted her eyes, having seemingly already guessed the latter's feelings as well as her old reasons for snubbing such events. I don't suppose you have any reason to refuse now, do you? Well, I'm not very good at this sort of thing, so, don't you think I'd, be a bit of a wet blanket? And drink with friends. In truth, she was cautious at first, but was restored to her normal self within 2 cups. Indeed, so much so that at one point Cloran had to restrain her from leaping onto the table. For someone as reticent as the duelist, the real Furina's explosiveness was quite a surprise. As for Furina, she still knew not where to go, but if nothing else, she now knew that freedom did not mean solitude. Salon Solitaire. Oh, I will admit, I think I read those two. I looked those two up on the wiki. I kind of know about this. This is very official. This entry is very official, and I love that. This is kind of sad, but... Furina once found a relatively unknown book in a library of Fontaine, and the story's main character was a servant working in an opulent mansion. The idealistic young Mademoiselle Crabaletta, following a newspaper advertisement, came to a remote manor in the mountains to apply for employment, and despite her clumsiness, became a maid there all the same. The master of said mansion did not appear often, and though his loquacious surintendant and etiquette-minded gentleman managed it in his absence, she led a carefree life there. None of the manor's attendants had been to the city in quite a long while, and so the maid taught them to sing the latest songs, play the latest tabletop games, and thus the servants grew closer and enjoyed one another's company. There was but one ironclad rule, which was that none should approach the heavy wooden door that led three floors underground, behind which was locked a secret that only the master of the mansion was privy to. Though the maid was curious, she treasured her vibrant life there too much to pry. Time passed quietly, and one day they were told by the gentlewoman that the master was about to visit, and so the servants hurriedly began to prepare. The banquet was akin to a festival, and laughter and cheer filled every corner of the mansion, at least until the master was late the second day, and upon investigating, the maid was to discover his already cold corpse. The guards narrowed down the suspects down to the servants, but the maid, convinced that the master's death had something to do with the mansion's secret, at last decided to open that forbidden gate. To her surprise, what awaited her on the other side was the mansion's main hall, upon the central stairs of which stood the all-too-familiar surintendant of the house. The words she spoke, too, were bizarrely known to the maid. "Ah, you must be our newest applicant, Crabaletta, I believe?" Furina was quite dumbfounded when she read that, for the story here recalled similar events in her memories. She admired the happy lives of the maid and the other servants, and the maid's courage in facing down the ancient secret to defend that life. Later, Furina dreamt of that same mansion. In her dream, she was Crabaletta, huffing and puffing as she ran to the door, that door of secrets, and, with one deep breath, pushed it open. Beneath it was a torrent of seawater that drowned the mansion in an instant, dissolving all in its wake. The guard, the surintendant of the house, the gentlewoman, even herself. Furina woke with a start, looking around her to gather her wits, and the rest of the story sprang to her mind unbidden. Crabaletta made use of the time loop triggered by opening the door to solve the mystery of the master's death, and discovered the mansion's secret, freeing all its inhabitants from an ancient curse. "Thank you, Crabaletta." She thanked the brave, stalwart girl for giving that tale a happy ending. As for several vivid figures from the story, they would eventually be given lovely forms, that they might be by Furina's side. So just like Fischl, her companions are like someone she read in a book. That's very cute. Okay, a few voice lines.
I'm very confident in my singing skills, but there aren't many pieces of music that are worthy of my vocal prowess. I hope the creatives in the theater troupe get their act together and don't keep me waiting in vain.
Troupe or trope? I don't remember what I said. Troupe, I guess. I guess troupe makes sense, yeah. Did I can't tell if I'm pronounced that wrong or right anymore. Okay, let's keep calling it troupe. Linny and Lynette.
Of course I know Linny and Lynette. I used to frequently attend their magic shows. Though they're very popular, they're still much less popular than me. Only my performances would draw a completely sold-out crowd. Even standing tickets would be out. But now, I've already decided to hang up my acting career, so it's perfectly normal for my popularity to decline. I'm very grateful to Nervilette for all the hard work he's done for Fontaine in the past few centuries. It seems he doesn't intend to investigate my crimes of deceiving the people. Anyway, we're no longer working in tandem. And it's been a long time since I've been to the Palais Mermonia. I imagine that this is good for both of us, right?
Nah, I'm sure he misses you.
Have you tried Navia's macarons? I have to admit that her skills in dessert making are comparable.
You would absolutely
to
be
mine.
besties.
The design she paints on the macarons is so cute, don't you think? Not to mention the texture and sweetness. They truly are a work of art. How does she do it? Does it really all boil down to talent? Ugh, I can't believe I'm feeling a little jealous. I'll have to ask her for some tips next time.
Oh, they would absolutely be besties. They would like ramble each other's ear off about like baking and all that stuff. That would be cute.
She's a very strong person. Strong people will always manage to keep themselves together no matter what happens, acting like everything is fine. Doing so prevents other people around them from needlessly bearing additional pressure. I saw the duel between Callus and Chlorand, and I can say that in this respect, Navia is becoming more and more like her father.
Yeah.
The knave?
Uh-oh.
Who's that? Oh! Died already. Forgotten about her. Keeping such a terrible figure like her in your mind will only give you nightmares.
Fair enough. Okay. I think you remember her, you just don't want to admit anything about it. Because it terrifies you.
I've often seen Charlotte busily running back and forth lately. She still seems to be hoping to arrange an exclusive interview with me. No matter how many times I refuse, she still hasn't given up. To be honest, her persistence made me angry at first. But then she told me with a resolute look in her eyes that she wanted to let people understand the real Furina, and that she believed people would understand my troubles. I don't know how to respond to her kind intentions. I suppose she might be right, but I'm just not ready yet.
You might not even know who the real Furina is, even.
I haven't communicated with him much, but Nervilette claims he's trustworthy, so I suppose he must be a good person. Oh, come to think of it, I've received some tea from Risley before, and it was exquisite.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the characters in Fontaine would get along just because of like desserts and tea and food and stuff like that. Food is the way to people's hearts sometimes. It's nice that.
As I remember, Chlorand isn't very talkative, but she has stood by me and protected me on several occasions, so I trust her very much. I do miss her ever so slightly, but I don't have any real reason to see her now. Oh, right! I should invite her to my next tea party!
There you go.
If you have time, could you tell me more about your journey? I would love to hear all your fantastic stories. How should I put it? I easily feel interested in all kinds of things, but it isn't long before I feel bored again. Perhaps the more easily enthusiasm sparks, the more quickly it fades. But when I'm with you, I seem to constantly feel happy. Such an amazing feeling.
Oh. Also, I'm exactly the same, but I have ADHD, so there's a reason for that. That's very ADHD though, that's questionable. So that line, and that line are all locked behind her story quest. Interesting. I noticed that more about Furina 4 was missing, but let's go to 5. This one's gonna be probably really heartfelt in it. Okay.
People love talking about the past and often regret the beautiful things that have now faded into history. They also love to talk about the future, as if they're willing to sacrifice everything for an uncertain tomorrow. I don't agree with their way of thinking. Yet I also feel very envious. I once lived in a world without a past or a future. To cope with that anxiety, I tried to create and act out a stronger, more godlike version of myself. Over the centuries, the stronger role I tried to play gradually merged with my real self. Even I can't separate the two now. But perhaps there's no need to distinguish them. Experiences of the past have formed who I am now. And that flawed performance has also become the most important part of me.
If you say so. I don't know if I've come to terms with that yet. Maybe that's a natural ending of all situations that are similar in that way. Or maybe not. I don't know. I still don't know if I'm the person I'm always acting as, or if I'm someone else entirely, or some mixture of the two. I would assume the truth lies in between the two, but I don't know if both can be true. And that's also to say, I don't know if one is necessarily more fake than the other. I don't know if the act I put on is more faked than the person I actually am. Because at the end of the day, trying to be yourself is still just acting as someone. Even if that someone is you, you're still trying to be them, right? That's a question I've had for a long, long while. Okay. Okay, I'm very, very looking forward to starting that. Because I feel like it's 100% gonna explore all of that stuff and it's gonna be really fun. I also know there's one character I'm gonna be extremely pissed off at. And I'm not looking forward to that, but I'm hopefully the story quest is just so like good and emotional and overarchy.
Such a hassle.
That just like
the people would adore me so much.
that it like makes up for that. But before we begin that, I do need to go and refresh my water because I'm entirely out of water. So I will be right back. Wait, I can just do this. Wah. How do I get rid of that? There we go. Also, one last little, I know it's been like an hour. It's so bad. One last little thing before we begin I wanted to mention. I have like a background. I have a small I have at least a background in like theater and like drama productions and stuff like that, and acting, and I really like it. I really want to get back into it. But something I've always found extremely hard was crying on command. And it's not like that's ever been something I would need to use. I've never been in a situation where I would need to use that as a skill, but I bring it up because I had a friend back in high school who was really good and had like the ability to cry on command, and like I really kind of admired her for that. But it's also at the same time, I was like, what would you have gone through that would make you like cry that easily when you think of it, that you could just like summon up? That's both like at the same time it's kind of worrying, but it's also kind of like, yeah, that's impressive that you can like channel your emotions that well. It's always been something I kind of looked up to her for. It's kind of something I look up to everyone for. I don't know if that might be some interesting diagnosable condition there, but I have a hard time expressing emotions. I might have a hard time just feeling emotions at all. Exactly. Oh, what in the heck? Have I never wandered back here? Yo, wait, what?
Go on.
Oh no. The big fish didn't escape the net. Oh no. We just stole money from a criminal. Yikes. I mean, I'll take the Mora, but ow. What was I saying? Yeah, I've always had like a weirdly hard time like expressing emotions like in person and stuff like that, and through talking and yada yada, and I want to get a lot better at that. But also I've come to like a realization a long time ago that that's probably why I write things, because I'm a lot better at writing out emotions than I am at feeling them myself and projecting them onto other people and letting people know how I feel and stuff like that. I'm a lot better at writing things out. I think it's why I preferred texting for like the longest time instead of like voice calls or something like that, but I'm trying to get better at that. Although that in and of itself might be part of trying to build up a better mask. So who knows? But that's not the point. The point is that I guess like somewhat related is like I've never been able to really, I've made like a whole long series of tweets about this because I was kind of obsessed, but I've never been able to like really emotionally cry about anything. Growing up, I was never actually able to cry about much. I would cry if I got physically injured or something like that, but emotionally I felt like a brick. I felt like a fucking rock because I don't know, I was never able to cry emotionally at anything, and that made me want to cry emotionally. That made me want to cry. It made me really sad at the fact I couldn't feel anything emotionally. It made me feel less of a human. It made me feel less like a genuine person and more just a machine going through the motions, and I hated that so much. And I kind of phased out of that at some point, but I still have like an inability to cry for most things. It's still not something I'm particularly good at, and I love the idea of crying. I love emotions and stuff like that. I love catharsis because that's something I learned during like a drama class. I love cathartic things that make you feel so much and everything and just explode and overwhelming. I crave that kind of like overwhelming emotion that like erupts in just like crying or something like that, or just anything, any emotion. I crave catharsis. And it's also, I don't know when the last time I brought this up was, but I need to stop tangenting. I don't remember like the last time I brought this up, but like my favorite poem, my favorite poet, Savannah Brown, in her poem, Couldn't Care More, I think it was. What was it? What was the line? There's like a very specific line there. We're here too briefly to be tepid or something like that, and I don't think that's entirely related to what I'm saying, but like just like that poem in a nutshell, not in a nutshell, but like that poem in its entirety is like my kind of, I don't want to say life philosophy, but it's very important to me. Because it's my whole thing of I don't want to just feel things. I don't want to just shy away from things because they're terrifying and they're extremely emotionally yada yada. I want to feel everything and then some. Because I think it's okay to, and I think that's kind of the point sometimes. The whole thing of that poem was like about trying not to feel things, trying to shy away from things, trying to be stoic and stuff like that, and that's just not a life I can really live. That's not a life I want to live. I'd rather feel everything and then some. I'd rather feel far, far too much than to feel nothing at all. And in that vein, I kind of chase emotional, hyper emotional highs and stuff like that. Okay, why am I talking about this? Yeah, but I'm usually very, very hard to make cry. And Furina, at least for a while, changed that. Furina, whenever I thought about Furina for like the past few weeks, tears came extremely easily, and it was such a change. It was such a just, I don't know, I love that. I feel like it's still the case right now, but I'm also starting to think it might be like slowly wearing off. I think it might be more of like a fresh wound kind of thing than just like a permanent thing there. But if it was a permanent thing, if it is a permanent thing, that would be so amazing for what I tried to start this off with before I tangented it off into like a million different things. Is that if I focus hard enough on Furina and about like very specific moments, I can cry on command. I've kind of low-key gained that ability, but it's hard to channel like in the moment. I need to like really think hard about it. I need to have like no distractions. I have like nothing else, just like pure channel, just pure Furina obsession, whatever. Just think about like a singular Furina scene and that can make me cry. That can get the tears going. That can like overwhelm my brain emotionally and then produce the tears, which is only slightly worrying. I don't know if I'm slowly losing that ability or if I need to like maybe cultivate that somehow, because it's like a kind of a useful ability to have in like theater and stuff like that. Maybe I'm not sure. I don't know, because I feel like when you're up on a stage, people aren't looking too closely at your face. You do like big sweeping gestures with your arms and stuff. The facial expressions and stuff are important. I don't know if people would really be able to tell your tears. That was something I was thinking of when I was like, I made that one Furina fan art a long time ago. Tears are kind of hard to notice unless you're looking really closely or you make them really obvious. I was trying to figure out how to make the... This sounds so wrong. I was trying to figure out how to make the tears on my Furina artwork so super obvious, even like at a glance. Because I love that characterization. I love that emotionality. Yeah. I think I said whatever I want to say there. Okay, let's stop stalling. Let's stop tangenting, at least for a little bit. And let's begin.
I'll think about it.
I didn't mean to do it so slowly. Just walking is more theatrical.
Hey, Catherine, it's us. Got any new commissions? Specifically one with a huge Moor attack, perhaps?
You don't have to be so direct. The more lucrative, the better.
You know we're worth it for quality work and speedy results. Cheap going on in a traveler.
Mostly just a traveler.
It's always a pleasure to see our two most avid adventurers again. Looking for the next challenge, I see. Actually, we do in fact have a rather urgent commission that is still open. Having read the details, however, I don't believe you'd consider it to be lucrative.
She has floofy hair.
Don't worry about that. We were just kidding. So what's the situation?
I keep thinking about like Furina's hair, just like Furina's hairstyles. I don't know if I started this obsession before or after seeing Furina, but her like specific haircut kind of thing in her, I don't know, Numa was the dark energy, whatever form, that one, the one you summon, the one she's like in naturally with like the three solitaire, whatever people, Salon Solitaire, that form, her hair right there, I think is like perfect. I think it's like the 10 out of 10 perfect hairstyle. Because I've been thinking about hairstyles a lot. I want to get like my hair restyled. Or styled differently at least. Because my hair isn't really styled. And I low-key kind of want to go for that. But I don't know if it would work. But I really like that hairstyle specifically. It's very cool. It's very nice. It's also like kind of messy as well, which I love. I love like messy hairstyles. I think it gives so much personality.
To put it simply, the requester is looking for a temporary replacement actress for their musical. The original cast member ran into some issues, and is currently unable to perform the role. But the troupe has also been experiencing some financial difficulties, so unfortunately they cannot afford to pay the replacement actress.
Is this going to be a Bochi to Rock situation where it turns out that the actress you're trying to replace is Furina, but then Furina comes back to be the replacement, and then it's like, oh shit. I'm sensing a Bochi to Rock moment.
That does sound
Runaway guitarist.
So basically they're looking for a volunteer?
That's right. Our adventurers reached out to many actresses, but none of them were willing to take the job.
Damn, kind of makes sense though.
There are only a few days left until the performance. If they can't find someone in time, they'll probably
a few
have to postpone
days?
the show. And delays tend to create all sorts of new problems.
I'm sorry, a few days left until the performance. I'm assuming there's like lines and a song that's almost impossible. I mean, if I tried really, really hard, I could probably memorize lines and like the music for a play in just a few days, but like normally you have weeks and weeks and rehearsals and all of that. Just a few days until the performance is a very tall order to do. Yo. Yeah, they're in quite a lot of trouble. Damn.
Got it. Oh, this one's a doozy. What do you think, Traveler? Any ideas?
Gee, I wonder whose story quest this is.
Even if we took the commission, neither of us have any experience starring in musicals.
I mean, a Traveler has sung before, so... Also, we're not casting Paimon. Very true.
If you're interested in helping, why not start by having a chat with the requester?
Oh.
He's right over there.
Hello.
Maybe you can't fill the role yourselves, but you might be able to help him figure out another solution. Maybe there's something he hasn't thought of.
Oh, it's that guy, huh? No wonder, he looks like he just ate a sour lemon.
I tried to eat a lemon before. I think it was just after watching, hold on, what was it? Anime. Because in the opening scenes, he just like bites into a lemon and chews, just like, yummy. It was like some weird character detail. I forgot. What was it called? It was a Studio Trigger anime, I'm pretty sure. What was it? Hold on. Think. Kill la Kill. It was Kill la Kill. Kill la Kill is a interesting anime, let's say. I liked it. It was very cool. What's my brain doing? Yeah, she ate like a lemon. It's like some sort of like some metaphor for like adulthood or something, as like a child would bite the lemon and like kind of like shy away from it, but like it's like weirdly adult or something to like bite into a lemon and not pucker your face. Something is like, yeah, it is lemon, it tastes good, I don't give a shit. That kind of attitude or whatever. It was trying to like maybe depict her as like thinking of herself as like tough and grown up and something like that. I don't know. Got it. We'll go talk to him. But I have tried to eat a lemon like that before. My teeth can't pierce the skin. But I did like cut it in half and try to eat it. And I don't hate it, but like, there are better ways to eat a lemon, I guess. I don't know. I like lemons. We'll go talk to him.
Paimon approves. Let's go. Hello there. Are you the guy looking for a new actress?
Wait, I know you two. Are you really willing to act in my musical?
Hold on. Hold on there. Do you really want Paimon? You're looking directly at Paimon, not at me. Is Paimon really the perfect fit for your actress? What the heck, dude? I'm standing right here. Look at me. I'm the better actor. I'm a better actress than Paimon. What are you doing?
Wow, sounds like we're pretty famous in Fontaine already.
You think?
But to answer your question, neither of us have any experience in musicals. But we heard that you're in a bit of a bind, so we figured we could at least try to help you think of a solution.
We've stood in like 2 or 3 of the biggest trials in Fontaine history. You think we're famous?
Ah, I see. It's okay. I knew that asking for a volunteer was a long shot. If we can't find someone to step in, we'll have no choice but to cancel the show. It would be such a shame.
Can you cover the budget for a new actress with ticket fees? This says similarities to, I just did like off stream just before this began, I think. Not just before, but like when I woke up, I think. And I think it just released like today or yesterday. I just did like the finisher quest for the photography thing that gives you a Charlotte's, the weird like gadget that makes Charlotte's E do something fun. I've been messing around with that a little bit. It seems interesting. And you can use it in domains, which is awesome. But it reminds me of like that situation where I think the NPC was gonna pay us with future sales of the thing she was developing. It was a promise of future payment, and then it like turned out to be a sham kind of thing. It's like, oh, she was sold on false premises. She can't get the money she was like gonna pay us now. Or something like that. But no, it's slightly turned around, and now we have a shiny new gadget. But we're probably not going to get millions of more, which is fine, because I have 8 million more saved up.
That's the thing. We're not some high-profile theater troupe, just a group of amateur enthusiasts.
Oh. I want to befriend you now. Now that you said that, I want to befriend you. I'm going to go join. Hey.
All our sets and props are very crude. We're grateful enough just to get an audience, never mind ticket fees.
This is making me realize how much I want to go back into theater. Even though it's like so anxiety inducing and stuff for me being up on a stage, I want to be there. I want to be in that environment. I really am a theater kid through and through. It's been years. But I want to be on a stage again. I want to be acting. I want to memorize lines. I want to be behind stage and just interact with other actors and have fun and get into all sorts of hijinks. I miss it. I definitely miss it right now. That's an interesting realization. Okay.
If we had a way to make this profitable, things might have turned out differently. But now, it looks inevitable that we'll disband.
Oh no.
Disband? You're splitting up the troupe?
Oh, I guess the lady at the Adventurers Guild didn't tell you? Yeah, this is supposed to be our final show together as a troupe.
Oh. Wait, this is reminding me of something. What is this reminding me of? Wait. Don't say sorry, don't say sorry, don't say sorry. I keep pausing like this just because it's like my brain has a thought and it immediately latches onto it, and I know that if I don't follow that up, I will never follow it up in the future, so I need to follow up in the moment, but it takes me a while. So we're going to sit here for a little bit while I try to figure out what I'm thinking of. A TV show? Probably not a TV show. But something that's like doing their final act, and they need someone to come in and take the part of something, and then they just... Why am I thinking Doctor Who? I don't think Doctor Who. It might be... Maybe it's like a Doctor Who episode? That doesn't seem right. An anime? No. What am I thinking of? I don't think I have this as like personal experience. I would just be remembering. But it's a kind of thing where you join it and you have like so much fun, and then it's like you realize they're disbanding. It's like, oh, right, that was our... Oh my god, it's Sword Art Online. That's what I'm thinking of. It's the Mother's Rosalia arc, I think. And in Sword Art Online with Asuna. That's what I'm thinking of. Oh, that's really sad. Okay, I'm glad I figured that one out. Huh. Yeah, Sword Art Online seems to have like had a decent impact on me. That's interesting to know. I've known that for I was like kind of low-key obsessed with Sword Art Online just like a few months back, I want to say. I was like playing through that. I was playing through, I don't know what game. It was a game like in the Alicization arc, somewhere in there. It was a game like based on that. I was kind of obsessing over that a little bit. Not the one that recently released. I think maybe the one before that, or like the one before that, something like that. Somewhere in the series. I was having a lot of fun with that. I like SAO. Despite all the iffiness of it, I do really like SAO. It was one of the first few animes I watched, so one has a soft spot in my heart, but also I like it. It's very interesting. It's very... I don't know. I just like what I like.
One last show. And after that, we go our separate ways. So we were really hoping to end on a high note.
No.
Nobody wants things to just fizzle out. Not after all the time and effort we've invested into it.
And Catherine mentioned that one of your actresses can't make it?
Yeah.
Where'd she go?
The leading lady, in fact. She's been dealing with a chronic illness ever since childhood, and unfortunately, it flared up again recently. It really drains all her energy, so she's in no state to perform.
That sounds like Kale. But like, Elazar should be like all completely cleared up by now, right? So I guess there are just like other chronic illnesses and Teva. Huh.
The show just won't be the same without her. But for everyone else's sake, I still hope we can find a way to hold the performance on schedule.
I kind of touched on that at the start as well. Also, I am trying so hard to not just point at literally every single thing that happens and go, whoa, ADHD moment, but like, that's what my brain does. And I know it's really bad to do that, but my brain for everything is just like, oh, that's such an ADHD moment. Wow. ADHD representation, let's go. No, that's not how that works. I need to calm it down a little bit with that.
Got it. We have a clearer picture now. Let's see if we can come up with any ideas.
I know I've done that for like a lot of characters. It's kind of a problem. I think it's just because I'm projecting. I see myself in other characters, and then because I see myself in other characters, then I see my ADHD, and then I'm like, whoa, ADHD moment. Because it's literally me. Whoa.
What if we sponsored the show? Traveler, how much more are you carrying?
8 million more. I will spend it all on the Furina Story Quest if it needs. Yes.
Please, there's no need to go that far. I wouldn't feel right asking such a huge favor, and I can't promise that we'd ever be able to pay you back.
Listen, I'm already gonna spend 2.1 million more triple crowning Furina. So what's another 6 million off of that? I'll give you all the monies. Yes. Mora isn't the biggest problem. How do we find someone who's a good fit for the role?
Good point. If the actress just goes through the motions for the Mora, that's not exactly rescuing the show. We should find someone who will put on the best performance possible. Oh, wait! What about... you know who?
Great minds think alike. I was just thinking that. Yeah, it's almost like this is the story quest that we're doing. Gee, I wonder.
You know we're the best of partners. Anyway, she should have all the free time in the world right now.
And she shouldn't care at money at all because she's kind of living off savings or whatever.
She's really good at performing, and she was once super popular with the crowd. Performing in a musical should be a piece of cake for her.
And we know how much she likes cake.
Who are you thinking of? Sounds like someone famous.
Furina. No one you would. Not that big of a name, you know? Uh-oh.
Sure. You're... That was a joke, right?
Nope. Paimon doesn't actually know if she's performed on stage before, but Paimon's pretty confident that she'd be really good at it.
Was that some sort of anger or shock or both, maybe? Maybe both.
You're not wrong there. She has actually performed in a number of big-name shows before. They were one of the reasons she was so popular.
Not to mention the biggest show in all of Tevat, the role of the frickin' Hydro Archon.
But even if she's no longer the Hydro Archon, it's not like she's suddenly a commoner.
I mean, isn't she? I don't know. She's just human now.
She's still an idol to many people in Fontaine, including myself. I just think Lady Furina might feel a bit out of place in an amateur troupe like ours.
Still an idol to many people in Fontaine. I guess that would be true. Huh. You want the show to go ahead, don't you? Are you prepared to do whatever it takes?
Well, yes, but... Fair enough. I mean, if she was actually willing to, then of course I'd be honored to have Lady Furina star in our show. I'm sure the rest of the troupe would be delighted too.
I was thinking they were like angry for a second because I don't really understand their eyebrows.
I'm sure everyone in our troupe has probably dreamt of performing
I guess they're
on stage
just
one day.
Passionate or something.
Of course, it all depends on whether she's interested. She might consider this opportunity beneath her.
The character of Furina, yeah. Furina actually, you know.
No point in stressing about that. We'll only know if we ask her. And besides, things are different now. There's no reason for her to be all high and mighty anymore.
Yeah. Let's go. It'll be good to check in on her anyways.
Thank you for your help. I guess I'll just stay here and wait for the good news. Good luck.
Wait, where does Furina actually live nowadays? She used to live in luxury at the Palais Mermonia, but she's, moved out, right?
All the way at the top in the penthouse. Now it's just empty. There's just no... Can I claim that house? I want that penthouse. Can I have that? I know I have a teapot, but I'll take what I can get.
As it happens, I have her current address here. I can provide it to you.
Interesting.
Woo! When did you get here?
That seems like a massive breach of security, but okay.
I came over when things were starting to sound more promising. I thought I should be at the ready in case my assistance is needed.
Your programming. I want to know about it. Hold on. Who programmed you?
It is my duty to support commissioners in any way I can.
I think we know who programmed you, but I want to know more. What's underneath all your programming?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
It's like, sorry, my brain when My brain went in the most wild direction right now. It's like how my brain thinking about this just went, yes, you know how without even like skipping a beat, it just went, you know how like birds are like spy drones, right? Well, she's probably like a spy drone, but for Snezhnaya, like are we going to just skip over that first thought? Okay, brain. Whatever you say, brain. I love how my thought train just like went straight over that with like zero hesitation. It's like, yeah, that's fine. That's a completely normal thing to think of. I think I might watch too much Pippa. Whoopsies.
Well, now that we've got the address, we'll go find Furina. Back in a jiffy.
In a jiffy. Little Oceanid. Oh, that's cool. You can actually talk to the Adventurers Guild thing now because she's like actively outside of it. Awesome. I wanted to see. No, it wasn't this. It was story on it. Didn't free simply mean being someone who no one needed? But the people of Fontaine still look up to her as like an idol. So what kind of compromise for that is there, even? Because I kind of know that feeling. Or rather, I don't know that feeling, but I can kind of predict that feeling. And I think I might be being a little bit too honest here, but I feel like I'm going to know what that means at some point in the future. And I kind of already know what that means now. I know what it means to feel that. I know what it means to feel like that. No, I definitely know that feeling, because that's just you want to be free from everyone else's expectations. You don't. Yeah, I know that feeling wholeheartedly. I don't know if it's a Furina thing, but it's like I simultaneously have a desire in me to be needed, but I don't want to be needed by anyone at all, because then I would be truly free in that way. And I feel like I'm both. I feel like both is true in the moment. It's an odd conundrum, I guess. Let's go with conundrum. Paradox. It's an odd paradox. What are you chatting about?
I can't believe they're seriously asking Lady Furina. Seems a little over the top.
Try not to worry. May I pour you a glass of water?
Ask about Furina's disposition. It'll be interesting for her to try to talk to just normal people, huh? Because when your entire life is on a stage, what do you do when you're off it? How do you talk to people when you're not in the act? How do you even prepare yourself for how people would react to that? In a weird vein, I feel like it's like what a lot of voice actors kind of go through, maybe. Because I know they do like a lot of meet and greets at like cons and stuff like that, but it's like you get a lot of people who can't separate in like audience members with like they can't and people players, I guess you would call them Genshin players. I don't know. It's not a problem specifically of Genshin. I know it like happens from time to time, but it's like it's hard to separate the character from the actor sometimes for a lot of people. I know that's a thing that happens. I know it's like a problem that happens, and people will treat the actor like a character they've played in the past, and it's very odd. And yeah, I don't know how they would deal with that. I don't know how I would deal with that. It would definitely be for an awkward situation, and that's kind of like the situation Furina's in, because their entire persona that the entirety of Fontaine knows at this point was an act. It's like that whole voice actor character thing, but like hyped up to infinity. And I'm saying that specifically just because like Furina. Because I really like Furina, and I have a lot of thoughts about Furina. But I am able to separate her from like the voice actor. And I do like the voice actor. I'm just like saying that as like a point. I think the voice actor is pretty cool, but I don't really know what they do. I don't really know the other characters they've voiced. I think I've like looked that up, but no one I really recognize, but like I am able to separate Furina from the voice actor. What was my point there? What point was I trying to make? But yeah, I think like Furina is going through a situation right now where it's like people aren't able to make that distinction. Because for all anyone knows, she's still just the same person. She's still the same person who was putting on the act. And that's gotta be hard.
Did Catherine really give us the right address? She lives here?
Sometimes when you live a whole life of royalty and it turns out to be an entire lie, you just want to live a simpler life, maybe.
Not that there's anything wrong with this place. It's just, a bit of a step down from the Palais Marmonia.
Yeah, no shit. That's kind of the point.
You know, it's common courtesy to make sure the homeowner isn't in earshot when you're denigrating their abode.
Hello. Also, what I really like about the voice actor is that they're obviously so talented. Cause like just you can hear it in the voice. Like, holy shit. That's so, it's so there. Even if I'm not able to describe like what this voice is, you can just feel it. You can just tell. You can feel it in your heart what that voice is and what it's supposed to be. It's so... What is it? I don't know, the voice... I just think the voice actor for Furina... Amber, I think? Amber May Collins or something? I'm not entirely sure what her full name is. But they clearly did like a fantastic job voicing this character. Massive range. Very cool. I need to stop... I need to stop saying stuff like that because that breaks my immersion. But I can't help but compliment people when they do a really good job at something I really admire. Okay. Their performance is absolutely worthy of praise, so I need to praise the performance, you know? All right. Got back into it, back into the frame set, back into the mindset, back into immersion. Just you kind of, there's something in her voice here. You can hear it. It's there's something there.
Okay, when did popping out of thin air become all the rage? First Catherine and now you?
I've been known to do that kind of thing. I've been known to be a little Sayu, like a little bit like a ninja. I don't like announce my presence. I just like show up next to my friends and just start talking. They're like, "What the heck? How'd you do that? How are you so quiet?" It's like, I didn't do anything. I'm just wandering around. I don't know.
I was just out on a shopping trip. I ran out of macaroni, so I went to grab a few more bags.
Oh.
I used to have a much wider range of choices when it came to food. But now I'm finding that simple, traditional home cooking can be quite delicious too.
Don't you get sick of macaroni every day? I know... I've heard that the Traveler and Paimon have a certain attitude in the story quest, which is unfortunate. But I'll try to look around it. But I am noticing that those ellipses there is meant to be a little bit like weirdly aggressive or something. That's a little bit odd. Do you get sick of macaroni every day? But we're distancing the Traveler from the player at this point, I guess.
Not at all. As long as you have different kinds of sauces in, you can have macaroni and tomato sauce one week, macaroni and bolognese the next.
I wanted to make Furina fan art. It's just like plain macaroni. I wonder if she's ever eaten that plain. Because plain noodles have their charm, but a whole bowl of plain noodles is iffy. The least you could do is like butter, a little bit of butter on your noodles. Yeah, butter. I think people get criticized for that. But a little bit of butter, just like butter noodles, a little bit of pepper, tiny, maybe a little bit of like Parmesan or cheese or something at the very least. Just like, it's the simplest thing you could do. It's just nice. It's quaint. Macaroni is versatile. Pasta is quite versatile, yeah. It's not the worst choice.
Oh, sounds like you're really struggling to cope.
Uh-huh. Is it because you have to do all your own cooking now?
How rude! Questioning my cooking skills. The audacity!
I think the Traveler was just saying. I don't think that was meant to be rude.
It's not like I have a very eventful life these days. Actually, I barely leave the house. So I don't see how it's unusual that my meals are a little simpler now too.
In a related vein, I'm having like a really weird problem with appetite suppression. I'm sure that's to do with that's probably a lot to do with my meds, but it might be something else entirely. It might be something to do with what Furina's going through, maybe. But she does eat, so like maybe not. But like I'm saying like in a similar vein. Depresso espresso. in a similar vein, that might be some weird symptom of that. So I don't know. I'm keeping an eye on that. I am eating a lot less, which is slightly worrying, but I'll probably be fine.
Besides, I'm sure I could master dishes like la lettre focilor or blubber profiteroles in no time, if I felt so inclined.
A little bit defensive.
Ah, there it is. You don't know how to cook.
Paimon, shut the fuck up.
Not yet, maybe, but... Anyway, what are you even doing here? I do hope you didn't come here just to ogle at my fall from grace.
The Traveler and Paimon maybe, but not me.
Let me first be clear that I'm not taking guests at this time. So if you're just here to clown around, then please be on your way. Shoot!
Sorry! We're sorry! Please don't be mad!
Paimon was just showing concern for your well-being. Yeah, you're not showing that very well. You're kind of terrible at doing that. You two are kind of a little bit of a shit. You two are... That's not how you phrase that. You two are kind of little shits, but okay.
Yeah, exactly! What the Traveler said! Paimon wasn't trying to make fun of you.
The fucking way you said trying. Oh my gods.
Hang on a sec, you weren't exactly holding back either.
Yes, important. I actually came here to ask you for help. Your help.
My help? Well, maybe you're forgetting that I'm no longer the mighty Hydro Archon. I don't even have a vision, you know.
Don't worry, it's nothing that serious. It's just very specific, and you're the one with the power to help.
If not you, then no one. You're the only person for the job.
Oh? Well, if that's the case, then fine. I'll spare you the lecture about your attitude just now.
Even though they definitely deserve it.
So tell me, what specifically makes this matter so specific?
She did mention in a voice line, though, that she was like giving up her career in acting because it kind of just... When you spend 500 years of your life acting a character, and it breaks you so much, then obviously you would try to distance yourself from the very act of acting. Even though it confuses you because now you've merged with that character in some way. There's a whole lot of pain in there, isn't there? You tell Furina about the troop's plans for its final performance.
I see. I knew you couldn't have come all this way just to amuse yourselves at my expense.
That's because I've changed my mic settings. You're probably able to hear my chair creaking more than it has before. Whoopsies.
After all, I was once the brightest star in all of Fontaine, well versed in all the various performing arts. A mere musical is well within my capabilities.
I just got reminded, like, the short I made. The dumb little short I made about this and, like, the voice. Oh, the voice line is from a teapot. We need to go back there. I've unlocked new voice lines. It's very fun.
But given the present circumstances, I'm afraid I must regretfully decline your casting request.
Sorry, I was trying to make sure noise didn't get picked up by the mic. Yeah. Yeah.
How come? It sounds like this would be a breeze for you.
True, but I have made a decision to retire from the stage.
Because even though you love doing it, it's the very thing that has been killing you for all this time. Which is a very complicated decision to have to make. It's also a very complicated situation to be in, huh? Am I projecting? A lot of things I'm saying is definitely projecting, but I'm trying not to, like, outright say it. I hide behind metaphors and indirect phrasing because it's more comfortable. It's more comfortable to half hide behind the mask and criticize the mask itself than it is to just reveal the truth of who you are, you know? Maybe. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Although I am no longer required to play the role of the Hydro Archon, the time I spent inhabiting that character has left an indelible mark on me. Centuries of pretending to be a different person changes you completely. I'm not the same person I once was.
It's like how they say fake it till you make it, but that's usually meant to be a positive thing. This is more of obfuscate yourself just so other people like you more, other people believe you, and then it turns you into what you're trying to... Yeah. You lose a piece of yourself. If not everything.
Of course, that can't be undone now. It's too late, and I have no intention of reinventing myself all over again.
Yeah.
But at least I can say that I no longer desire to play any new roles.
So that's how you really feel.
Paimon can understand.
Can you? Are you playing a role like right now? Little Celestia puppet?
But this is just a one-off part to fill in for someone who's sick. Surely that's okay.
Whether it's a one-off or not, it's a boundary that I've committed to no longer cross. If I make an exception to the rule now, I'm just leaving a back door for myself, which would be the same as not having a boundary in the first place.
It's all too easy to let people walk all over you, but it's all too easy to also just walk all over yourself, huh? But I don't know if setting strict rules and boundaries is necessarily the way to do it, but that's understandable.
So I'm not going to perform, and that is that.
Okay, guess there's no convincing you. Well, is there anything else we can do to help out the troupe? Otherwise, they'll just have to disband without any fanfare.
We could act. the Traveler could learn how to act. I think the Traveler's somewhat decent at acting. I mean, they deceived a whole bunch of people. You've got to be good at acting, right?
Do you know any other actors who might be interested in the role?
Nope.
Short and to the point. Okay.
I've never been great at maintaining relationships.
Yeah.
Besides, anyone I've ever worked with probably couldn't wait to get rid of me.
Yeah. There's the insecurity that we both share.
Since I'm just an ordinary person now, they'll probably just laugh in my face if I go asking them for help.
I know that feeling so well. You shouldn't assume the worst of people. What's wrong with making... No. You shouldn't assume the worst of people.
True, but I mean, could you even blame them? I show up out of the blue, begging and groveling for their help with a show they won't even get paid for? Oh, no way. I'm dying from embarrassment just thinking about it. Nope, not happening.
Well, is there anything else we can do? This performance really means a lot to the guy we're working for.
Sorry, I don't know what that noise was. So I think I usually turn down my mic sensitivity just because I make a lot of odd noises, but I do want to turn it up specifically for this quest. Because I want it to be like really obvious when I'm crying, if I can make it really... I want to make a show of it. I want to make like a theatrical performance out of it, I guess. I don't know.
Have I not made myself clear? You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't want this job, nor do I know of anyone else who would.
Let her have her limits, Paimon.
Sorry. I didn't mean for that to sound so harsh. I wish I could help, really. But if I thought I had the answer to this problem, I would have said so by now.
Not something you should really apologize for. I mean, like, maybe, but... yeah. I have a hard time distinguishing, like, what I should apologize for and what I shouldn't. So I tend to just apologize for everything.
It's alright, Furina. Paimon just wanted to make sure we tried everything. Oh, everyone in the troupe will be so disappointed.
Let's try to come up with a plan B. Paimon, you act.
Yeah, I guess that's all we can do now. Alright then, we'll see you around, Furina!
Toodaloo to you, too. I'm going home to take a rest now.
Oh. Go back and pass on word about Furina's views. I don't know why I immediately tried to enter that. Okay. You think the Furina playable character would have the keys to that place?
Furina's decision.
Yeah.
Maybe the thought of performing brings up too many painful memories now.
No shit. Oh?
Huh? What's going on? Are they arguing?
That's
Uda.
besides the point. I'll ask you again. Why did you start looking for a replacement without my consent? When did I tell you I'm going to take a step back?
Oh?
You didn't need to say it. We've known each other for how long now? We know the signs. But you never tell us about your illness, even when it's clearly flaring up.
And that gives you the right to make a decision on my behalf?
Shortly after you left, the troupe's lead actress came to the Adventurers Guild. She believes that she's healthy enough to perform. Excuse me, but can you both take a moment to discuss something else for now? The adventurer assigned to your commission has returned.
I feel like this is like the most personality we've seen out of her. Other than when Nahida possessed her.
Sorry, I was just dealing with a little misunderstanding. So, how did your conversation with
I guess
Furina
that's just
go?
how she normally interacts then. With the commissions and stuff like that.
Sadly, it's a no from her. We tried to persuade her, but she wasn't having it. She doesn't want to play the role for personal reasons.
I see. Well, circumstances have changed a little, so maybe that's not such bad news after all.
I don't know if I need to point this out like every single time I notice like a thought in my head, but I'm noticing like that shape. I'm trying to figure out. I'm an artist, so I'm always trying to figure this out, but I'm trying to figure out how like perspective and like eyes and noses work and stuff like that. And I never quite perfect the art of like lining up the nose line with like the eyes when it's like in a view like this. That's like something my brain latched onto.
You see, our leading lady has just informed me that she's well enough to make it to the show after all. Staging the musical with the full original cast was always the dream, of course.
Oh, right! Sounds like everything worked
Is she-
itself out then.
She's right there. What is she doing? Did she follow us? Oh. Oh. She followed us because in her heart she was interested, even though she really wanted to say no. But I just saw this line, it's like, oh shit. Imagine if we had managed to convince Furina to join, only for her to find out she's no longer needed. That's a ping. Oh, she would hear that. That'd just like a big ping in her heart. I know that. Hello, 6A_best. How do I pronounce that? Is that like da best or something? Hello, how you doing?
Yeah, she'd be livid. We'd get the scolding of a lifetime.
You're still thinking of the past, Furina. I think Furina would just like die a bit inside and then just at least like right now, because she's standing right there.
Jeez, is Lady Furina really so harsh with people?
Yeah, it just has to hurt to hear.
Only joking, calm down. So, guess we can consider this case closed now, huh? Despite the fact that we failed to complete the commission, we were still racking our brains for ideas on the way back here.
Elliptus, did we notice? No, we didn't notice.
There's no point arguing with you about this anymore. You've made yourself very clear, so I'll stop looking for a replacement.
So I should probably stop saying we when I refer to the Traveler, because the Traveler is, in this quest, clearly not to stand in for the player. Because I feel like the player feels very differently than the Traveler and Paimon in these situations. Hello, missing post of the Chakran. Yeah, hello, how you doing? Can I just call you Missing? I'll just call you Missing. How you doing, Missing? That's a bit odd to call you that, but it's shorter.
This is the last chance we have, though. If your illness flares up again, there won't be time to find anyone to replace you. So, are you absolutely sure you'll be able to handle it? The whole team is putting everything they have into this final performance. We have to make sure it goes ahead.
And Chakran is enough? Alright, I'll try to remember that.
Yes, I'm completely confident. I've been taking a new medication from the doctor, and it's working brilliantly. I'll definitely be able to tough it out until the performance day.
Yeah, I've had my... How do I bring this up? For like the... Okay. So... I don't know if I've ever actually mentioned this, but last month and a bit ago, I officially got diagnosed with ADHD. And I did start like taking medication and stuff like that. And like for the first month, it was amazing. I actually got like not the perfect dose or anything, but like enough to make me slightly more functional than I am. And then for this month, I decided to do something dumb and change prescription entirely to something else. And lo and behold, it doesn't work at all. So now I'm kind of just like stuck for a month, kind of just wishing I didn't change because what I had before worked. And now I'm just like broken for a month, which is also kind of why I haven't been streaming for a while. Because I can only really stream when I'm fully functional. Not fully, but like at least somewhat semi-functional.
I share everyone's desire to commemorate all our years as a troupe with a proper farewell show. So the last thing I want is to be left out. Every one of us thinks of this troupe as their home, myself included.
You're right. I'm sorry. I let myself get too worried about the show. I should have asked for your permission first.
Yeah. The troupe over the performance.
All's well that ends well. Sounds like the show will go on.
There you go, now you've noticed her. Paimon, wait here a second.
Sure.
She was low-key listening in.
Hey, how did you... I was just passing by because I realized I forgot a couple of items on my shopping list.
Yeah. Yeah, sure you are.
All right, I'm coming. No need to drag me. Hello, one and all. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation just now.
Furina? Didn't you say you were gonna take a rest at home? What are you doing here?
The animation seems a little bit odd, but that was kind of cute.
I was just ever so slightly concerned about the situation you mentioned. Yes, a teensy bit concerned, that's all.
In her heart of hearts, she knows she's still interested in acting and theater and performance and all that. But she also knows that it's actively killing her to try. So her brain tells her to not do it, but her heart tells her to go listen in, just see what will happen, and that stuff like that. I know that kind of situation. I'm in that exact situation a lot.
When you came to talk with me earlier, I jumped right to explaining my position and said some strongly worded things. And all before I even had a full grasp of the situation. Anyway, I just feel a bit bad about how it went down. I'm sorry, Paimon.
Oh, it's totally fine. Paimon didn't take any of that personally.
Okay, but how come we're not apologizing? Bruh. Then why didn't you just show yourself?
You really have a knack for asking the most uncomfortable questions, don't you?
Yeah, the Traveler's a bit odd.
I felt very sheepish, having had a change of heart after flatly refusing you. And then, to make matters worse, you caught me.
You really didn't have to drag her out here in front of everyone. You could just, like, had a small chit-chat over there, you know? It was very rude of you to drag her out here.
But in any case, it sounds like the issue has already been resolved.
Yeah. When they said they were gonna ask for your help, I almost had a heart attack. I mean, how could we be worthy of having Lady Furina star in our show?
There's no need to think like that. And no need to keep addressing me as Lady. Just Furina is fine.
I think I called her Lady Furina during the summoning session. Okay then.
I was wondering, if this troupe is so important to all of you, why does it have to disband? If the difficulties are purely financial, then there must be a solution. You could put the shows on pause while you look for a sponsor, for instance. Everyone seems so devoted to the troupe. I'm sure if you keep chipping away, you'll find a way through.
We all want to believe that, but some things are just
Well, the
beyond
lighting just came
control.
on. Oh my god.
Everything's been going downhill ever since we
Oh?
lost our director. She was the heart and soul of our troupe. She kept us going.
Her name was O'Reilly, and she was the founder as well as the artistic director of our troupe. And tragically, she was a
Oh.
victim in the serial disappearances case.
What?
That's actually how I recognized these two. It was all thanks to their efforts that the true
Oh.
culprit was brought to justice.
I see.
But still, no sentence can bring our director back to us.
I wonder if... Because, like, it would kind of make sense for, like, the citizens of Fontaine to go to, like, specific trials, but not every single one, you know? So maybe they know of us from that one, but not from, like, the big major ones, but they heard about, like, the big major ones from, like, the newspapers and stuff like that, and people like Charlotte.
She was a loyal fan of your performances, Miss Furina. They were what first inspired her to get into musical theater. She rallied many people around her who were destitute or had lost their sense of purpose in life, and convinced them to join her troupe. She wrote her own scripts, acted on stage, and mentored each and every one of us.
Oh, that would be awesome. I low-key want to join something like that. That sounds like fun.
People loved our performances back then. We seemed to be going from strength to strength. Things were really looking up for us.
And then disaster struck.
Yeah. After that, the entire troupe fell into disarray. None of us know anything about script writing, let alone how to handle the business side of things. We've been doing the best we can, but despite our efforts, things are slowly but surely falling apart.
This, not to sound like incredibly insensitive, but you could always have like side jobs or something like that to support yourself, and then just get together and do like the troupe out of passion, and then not have to like actually care too much about the business side of things if that causes like too much stress and stuff like that. I know it sounds kind of heartless coming from someone who doesn't really have to. Yeah. I don't know how that works. I don't know how the business sides of anything works. Yeah. Script writing is fun though. I feel like I could totally write scripts.
It's agonizing, but ultimately, we'd rather end things now on our own terms than stick it out to the bitter end and watch all our dreams turn to dust.
Like, if you can't just make this like your full-time thing, you can always have it be like a side thing you do. I know it's like what a lot of people do. Maybe not with like theater, but at least with like streaming and stuff like that.
Oh.
That's so sad.
What a terrible waste. A gifted artist from humble beginnings who achieved so much and no doubt had much more to give. And then her life was so cruelly taken. I suppose it's fair to say then that this final show, besides being your farewell to the stage, is also your final gift for her?
You have to go now. You have to leave now. Have fun. Alright, see you around, Chakarun. Thanks for showing up. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and even more wonderful tomorrow.
Yes, exactly. We all miss her terribly.
So one last show in her honor.
Well, good thing I followed the traveler here. After hearing this tragic tale, I can no longer stand by and do nothing.
Hello, Lonk the Bonk. How you doing?
Furina.
I know what you're thinking, but I by no means plan to cross the boundary I've set for myself. Besides, they're no longer looking for a replacement anyway.
You're planning to be the director of it? Or you're just gonna help out or something? I'm glad you joined. Good lonk the bonk. I'm not doing so alright myself, but that kind of leads into like the perfect spot to do this story quest, honestly. At least I think so. Yeah. I've been in an odd kind of mood for a bit.
I can, however, provide some artistic guidance from the vantage point of a highly experienced audience member.
The best directors are also the best critics, I guess.
But only if you feel this is something that would help, of course.
You hope whatever's going on turns out fine. Merci beaucoup. I keep wanting to say like Danke schön because that's like what's natural to me because I watch talking Nashi Kiara a bit, but also it's like because France, merci beaucoup. I'm trying to change over to merci beaucoup instead of Danke schön. I could do it interchangeably, but just Furina. Furina's in my head, so merci beaucoup. I am French now. It's the French Apollo arc. Oh no. Just Furina, yeah. My head is completely empty except for Furina. It's not a problem.
Oh, most definitely. We'll take any guidance that you can give.
We unfortunately don't have any budget for a consultant, though. Will that be a problem?
I don't need any compensation. All I'd ask in return, if you're willing, is that you tell me some more about the life and work of your late director.
She's interested in her.
Something I've begun to realize since my departure from the Opera Epiclese is that there's a lot you don't see when you observe everything from on high. The law only judges criminal behavior and does not weigh human emotion. The court's verdict can settle the question of criminal liability, but what about all the unresolved emotions of the parties involved? What happens to them?
A verdict can bring emotional catharsis. They come pouring out and flow away into infinity.
An interesting answer. But if you ask me, I think all emotion shall ultimately return home to the heart and slowly settle with the passage of time.
All emotions also flow into the fountain right outside Opera Epiclese, but I think you're speaking more metaphorically.
Take, par exemple, how this troupe pines for their late director.
Nice.
Things such as this I have never witnessed before, and so I should like to observe, perchance to understand.
Let's not talk about the fountain. Ah, yes, the fountain where you could hear all her crying and all her tears and like little fragments from the Archon quest. Before, I think it's maybe gone by now. I'm not sure. I tried to check and I think like the voice was gone, which means like that was kind of like all resolved. But now she's like with all these, yeah. But that part of the saga, I guess, ended a little bit. And there's no more tears about that, but probably still a lot of tears.
Huh. Still a fan of your old dramatic monologues then, huh?
You're still on Carry Bearer, so you wouldn't know? Ah. The word of warning then, because I will probably talk a lot about the past Archon quests and stuff like that. Because Furina's whole story quest is kind of important to the whole plot of everything. Because it like comes after and it's kind of like a, I want to say epilogue, not really an epilogue, but more of like a, I also don't want to say side story because that would like do so much justice to her, but like for me it's definitely a main part of everything. You watch playthroughs of the entire thing, so it's fine. Ah, fair enough then. Alright.
You just want to get back in on the action, don't you?
You don't have to say it so oddly, Paimon. That was kind of like the hidden subtext there. You don't need to like make it so. Why'd you say it so odd?
This is a completely different situation. Pearls before swine.
So it's like an aggressive way to phrase that. Paimon has like no chill in this quest. Yeah, I've heard. You're a big fan of lore, you just don't like sitting through it? Ah, fair. I like experiencing the lore myself and then like theorizing and stuff like that. What I do is like I finish an Archon quest and then I will go and watch like an Ashikai video or like a Chill of Aster video and stuff like that and just like see how it lines up with my theories and stuff and like see what like their thoughts are, and it's always like really fun and interesting. I love the lore. It's very cool.
The name's not Swine, it's Paimon!
Uh-huh.
Would you be willing to join me? Come on, take a break from adventuring to listen to a story.
Since it's you, I'll do it. Especially since it's related to the serial disappearances case.
Thank you all so much. Our director was a huge fan of Miss Furina's performances, as of course we all are. Alright, follow me. We'll go to our usual practice space. Please excuse the size. It's a little on the smaller side.
This whole thing is kind of reminding me of something. I feel like this kind of situation has been touched on a bit. Kind of like a thing of like royalty kind of like coming down to the level of like a commoner or something and like finding out about their lives and stuff like that. I feel like this is a very common trope, but I'm trying to figure out what I not just watched, but like what I've watched in the past that was like very similar to that. Very similar themes. What did I? Is it an anime? Is something like the? It was some like this big high up person trying to interact with like the just normal people, and like kind of like the way they phrase things were very offensive and like off-putting to people. And it's like, oh, I didn't mean that, and stuff like that. Kind of like reminds me of Eula in a way, but I don't know. Probably is just a really common trope. You don't watch anime, but it's probable. It wouldn't have been like the entire plot of anime, just like a part of it. Wait, is this her? That's not her house, right? The rehearsal location is her house? Question mark? What's happening? I'm trying to think of what I'm trying to think of what I'm thinking of is one hell of a phrase. Hold on. All I can think about is like Code Geass and Euphemia, I guess. I don't know. That's all that comes to mind right now. To yesterday. Unexpectedly unyielding is that we can do is return to just go da da da. It's interesting that it says to yesterday. Just because it's like a throwback to the past a little bit, and I guess you're trying to.
Such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Oh, so I really love that hairpiece. Trying to come to terms with like her past or something like that. You're thinking about thinking as long as you're properly thinking. The thinking about thinking should turn out fine. Yeah, pretty much. Ooh. Aw, it's a quaint little place.
Huh? Lady Furina?
What's Lady Furina doing here?
Hello all.
Whoa.
Allow me to explain. As of today, Miss Furina will be supporting our production of The Little Oceanid in the role of artistic consultant.
So the name of her Archon quest is the name of the play. Okay.
These two over here are the ones that made it possible. They kindly reached out to Miss Furina on our behalf. I'm sure they need no introduction.
You bet! That was the trial of the century!
Mm-hmm. That was kind of the point.
You helped bring our director's murderer to justice. We can't thank you enough.
That one too.
Oh, please don't mention it. We're just here to join in on the fun.
I was thinking more of the Furina trial. just because like it's meant to be like the biggest trial in all of existence, because that's exactly what Focalor told her, and that's why she always was so excited for any big trial, because it could have been the moment it all ended.
So, you were saying the little Oceanid?
Yeah, that's the name of our final show. It's an unfinished script left behind by our director. One of our greatest regrets is that she never got to complete it. So, if we can bring it to the stage and make it a successful show, we can all take some solace in that.
Finishing an unfinished work.
Wait, but if it's not finished, then...
And finding an actress was the least of your problems.
Yeah, we've been battling issues on every front, trying to realize this dream. Anyway, let me give you a quick summary of what the story's all about.
For certain people, they probably care more about other particular trials. Yeah, because the justice that comes about in certain trials matter more to them, and like are more relevant to them than the other ones.
The protagonist of the story is a young Oceanid who transforms herself into human form, despite the protests of her family. She longed to live just like any other human, and sure enough, she found friendship and even love. Everything seemed perfect.
If your director was part of the serial disappearances case, then she wouldn't have known that this was actually the truth of like every Fontanian then. She low-key predicted the future, in a way. Interesting. Art imitates reality, and reality imitates art.
But one day, her true identity was exposed, and her world came crashing down around her.
Aw, that's so Furina coded.
So far, so good. A classic tale. What happened after that?
That's one of the issues we've been trying to deal with. Unfortunately, this was as far as the director got with her script.
Maybe the murderer realized that she knew too much and removed her. Yeah, maybe.
We need a proper ending so we can bring this musical to the stage. But people have different opinions on which direction to take it in.
Celestia was like, hey, take this one. You need to get rid of this one, they know too much. They put like a giant celestial nail over them. It's like, if you don't take this one, we're gonna nail Fontaine. You know what to do.
We still haven't decided between a happy ending or a true-to-life tragedy.
Ooh. You know I love a good tragedy, though.
By true to life, you mean the director's sudden disappearance?
Oh, I've been really craving, like, tragedies and stuff like that. I've been trying to write one.
Yeah, like they say, truth is stranger than fiction.
Celestia really hard to hit, man. I wouldn't put it past them.
But then there's the question of whether we really want to use the stage to pass our raw pain onto the audience.
I mean, isn't that the point? That's how catharsis happens.
Exactly. A lot of the time, people come to watch a show just hoping for some light entertainment. We have to consider their emotional stake in this, not just our own.
I say screw it. Put all the emotions on the table. Let it overwhelm everyone. Let them share that experience. Let them share in that catharsis. That's what I want out of it. That's what I want out of if I go watch a play. I want it to be hyper emotional. That's just the very specific thing I'm seeking, though.
And one last thing. We're still waiting on confirmation from two of our main actors.
Oh?
The first is Paulo, who plays the protagonist's lover. He's locked himself away to focus on writing an ending for the script.
Oh.
But the deadline's passed, and we still haven't heard from him.
Fair enough. He probably passed out. Also, I'm going to say it again, even though I'm trying really hard to resist. That's so ADHD.
The other is Villemont, who plays the main antagonist. He took the director's death pretty hard. Hasn't set foot in the city since. He did write to us, promising that he'll be there for the final performance, but we haven't seen or heard from him since. So we're not really sure what to make of that.
But if he doesn't even show up to rehearsal, then how's that work?
Huh. Although, now that we have Miss Furina helping us, maybe we should take the opportunity to get everyone back together.
Yeah, we're getting a band back together. What am I? What is that from? I've had that thought in my head for a while. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that weird thing I'm referencing is about a band that like breaks up and then gets back together. I think it's a show. I'm not sure.
What opportunity? What do you mean?
Maybe you're unaware, but your name has always been like a rallying cry for us.
Hmm?
Our director was constantly singing your praises. All of us look up to you as a role model.
Oh. I think this is low-key what she needs then, kind of, maybe. Not someone that's needed, but someone that's like appreciated? Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, stop. You're making me all flustered. Although, not in a bad way. I suspect the reason they're dragging their feet is that they have their doubts about whether the show will really go ahead, considering all the issues you've been facing. But one by one, all the obstacles are being removed. Now is the time to rally the troops.
Makes sense. Okay, priority number 1, let's check in with Paulo and see where he's at with the ending. He went back to Poisson a few days ago. Said that staying in a friend's home might help him to relax and escape the feeling of isolation.
So I feel like she's kind of channeling her persona a little bit there, which has just like merge with her real self, but it's kind of, it's less her swapping in between the character and herself. It's more, I think, just turning into a different kind of way that she subconsciously shows emotions, I think. When she's confident in herself, she turns a little bit more into the confident version of her, the more confident, boisterous version of herself. When she's a little bit more insecure, she turns into, yeah.
I thought the last thing his friend would want right now would be to take visitors, given that Poisson was flooded not too long ago. But I guess it's the opposite. A friend in need and all that.
You've noticed that in her voice lines as well as in her character? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he could use some company.
And the voice actor has a massive range of voice, question mark? Yeah, the voice actor has a massive range when it comes to Furina. It's incredibly impressive. It's very emotive. Even if I can't quite put to words what those emotions are.
Poisson.
Yeah, there you go. Is something wrong? The hell do you think, traveler?
Nothing. I suppose my presence will be indispensable if we are to restore his faith in the show.
Now, really, Connors went crazy, Furina. Outstanding job. 100%.
So, allons-y. To Poisson!
That's very Doctor Who. That's very 10th? 11th? That's very 11th Doctor. Allons-y. Hey. Allons-y it's a phrase, the 11th. I think the 11th. I think the 11th is the... Is it 11th or 10th? 10th. 10th? Yeah, 10th. It would be 10th. Tenant, I think, is 10th. I think... Yeah, I think... I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I watched Doctor Who. I need to watch Doctor Who again. I love that show. Allons-y. I think it was 10th. Yeah. It's been a long time though. Oh, you watched it as well? Nice. You. What do you have to say?
Pressure's on now. We gotta make sure we're fully prepared.
That just normal things. Oh, that's so picturesque. can I... How do I... There's not an easy way to take a picture of that. Okay. I just like that. That looks really... That's nice. I very obviously have a Furina obsession because she can just be doing anything and I'm just like, oh, that's a nice picture. Oh, that looks nice. It's just Furina. Furina could be doing literally anything and my brain just like, oh, that's nice. That's Furina. Whoa. Elaine.
You're off to Poisson to find Paula, right? Have a safe trip. We'll take care of the troop while you're gone.
Your older sister was a big fan. You just had to follow along because she got the remote. Fair enough. You the Furina's character so much. Yeah. I had for the longest time like a system where I had like my favorite characters and then what I called perma-faves, which were like all a tie between like Yoimiya and Nahida, Nilu, Hu Tao, Sayu, Fischl, Kale, I guess kinda Amber. Not really Amber. There's like a very specific thing I do with my perma-faves that I did with Amber, but I don't really know if I'd consider Amber to be on my perma-fave. She's kind of just... I kind of just did that for Kale. I think that's it. Yeah, but like with all my perma-favorites, I do triple crown them. Because they deserve it. Because they're awesome. They're my favorite characters. Also look, shiny. And they're all tied in terms of like how much I like them as a character and stuff. And then Furina happened. And now I have a new ranking system that goes in terms of categories. Furina, perma favorites, and then my favorites, and then the rest. Furina just created a whole new category of like characters that I really like. And it's mild. It's wild. Why did I just say it's mild? Yeah, I only have it's only like a mild problem, you know, just a small mild obsession, you know, nothing too crazy. Wolf's Greystone Sayu is crazy. Yeah, she's a main DPS Sayu, let's go. I really like Sayu because she has abandonment issues, and so do I. Let's go. Alright, just a mild obsession, you say, if you're C6 Furina, damn. I only have C2. C2 R1 is the farthest I could go. I'm just really happy I got that. I actually got the weapon just earlier today before I started the quest, which was very lucky. It was like a double 50. Okay. Poisson. It was like a double 50-50. Because I just got the moldy donut. You get any 5-star past C1 normally? Damn. I only usually go to like C2 for... Actually, yeah, I've only gone to like I've only done C2 R1 for 4 characters? 4 characters. The first was actually Yoimiya. The first was Yoimiya. And then Hu Tao. Because I felt guilty for investing more into Yoimiya than I did Hu Tao when Hu Tao was my first favorite character. Hu Tao and like Fischl are like my first favorite characters. So then I proceeded to do that for Hu Tao as well. And then Nahida, which was a year ago. A little bit more than a year ago. And then Furina, just very recently. The only 5-star you have post C1 that isn't a standard is Raiden. Nice. We were Chongyun main for such a long time. Chongyun is fun. I don't really know too much about Chongyun. You really need Nahida C2? Nahida C2 is fun. I don't remember what it does, but she's so strong. She's insane. I don't even know what this means, but just Furina doesn't... my brain. Nahida does insane damage. Nahida and Furina are actually really similar in that they make every other character you pair with them just absolutely insane if they do like reactions and stuff like that. But Furina just like... Furina also does like the whole big buff with her burst and stuff like that. So it's just... Even if they don't do reactions with Hydro, which I think everything does, question mark? They just get like massive benefits from her regardless. Even if it's like a physical main DPS, I guess. Down here. Okay. I am actually going to take a small break to go hydrate. Yes, quote unquote hydrate. I will be right back. Wee. Wah. I didn't turn my mic on. Wah. Alive. Also, something odd I'm noticing. It's approaching like 3 hours of being live, and something I've noticed that I do compared to like other people is that like I think for like the Furina Quest, I've seen like people average around 2 hours, 4 hours, stuff like that. Oh, doggo! For things that take people a short amount of time, especially like Genshin quests like that, I notice that I tend to like, for some reason, expand it out a lot. And I think it's just because I don't notice this, but I just tangent a lot. I think, oh,
Boring.
doggo.
Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
Why can't we pet them? Natural state of being thing that I do. I don't know. So like quests that would take like maybe 2 to 3 hours for people. Apparently for me it takes like 8 hours, 9 hours, something. I don't know how long this stream is gonna be. Hopefully it's not that long, but I do really like Furina. I know I have a lot to say about it. I know I'm gonna take a lot of pauses in between dialogue just to kind of like soak it in. That's kind of just a thing I do. It's a thing I've done for a lot of quests. All right. And there's like a lot of like things I want to say and like emotional beats I want to point out, because like I was just thinking about like Poisson and how for Furina it was like the last place she was kind of in before it all got revealed. That was like the point of deception or something, because she was ready to like, she was there reminiscing, or like she was, what's it, coming to terms like the emotions she had over like the guilt she felt for the
Being too
people of Poisson.
Such a hassle. Who knew the
And she
people
kind of
could
needed that
adore
like
me so
moment for
much?
herself, and then she got interrupted in that. She got her like grief and guilt interrupted in that exact moment, and that can't feel nice. So Poisson is a very odd place for her, and okay. ADHD really kicks in, yeah. You got all night? Awesome.
If I remember correctly, this is where he's staying.
Who is it?
It's me. Is the script ready?
You came all the way here for that?
Yes?
All right. Forget that for now. Just come on out. We've got some great news.
I mean, they haven't invented telephones. What did you expect them to do?
Nice try. Look, just give me some time, okay? I'm just wrapping up this last part of the script. I'll be out once I'm done.
Huh. Loki kind of is ADHD like, because when you're in that state of like when you know you're able to get something done, and you're really hyper focusing on it. You're like, don't bother me. Don't do anything that would distract from this. Don't break it. Don't shatter the For this, it's like a very literal box. He's shut in, but like for a lot of us, it's like a state you're in, and then like if you get like the tiniest distraction from it, it's broken, it's gone. You're never going to be able to focus on that thing again for like a few days or something like that. It kind of is unironically a little bit ADHD.
Okay then. Looking forward to your masterpiece.
So, as expected, he's missed the deadline.
I don't want to say it, but that's also very ADHD.
The ending is one of the most important parts of the show. Even once he's done, it isn't final until we've all had the chance to read through and make sure we agree on it.
I once wrote a book, and I got like the very, very first zeroth draft of the book, and I got like all the way to like 70,000 words or something, but the problem there was that I had written the ending when I was like midway through it, and by the time I completed all the way up to like where I was approaching where the ending of the story could be, I couldn't connect the two. The story I had written had taken like a life of its own, and it completely separated out from like the ending I thought would be perfect for it. And then like the struggle of trying to like force it back into the I never finished that book, and there's just a gap there. There's just a gap where it abruptly ends, and then there's some other ending to some other story, because it's not the story I wrote anymore. Endings are hard.
Someone told me
Navia.
I'd just seen you in Poisson. I assumed it was a case of mistaken identity, but sure enough, here you are. And
I didn't realize.
Furina, too.
I didn't realize they would show up in this story. I was saying earlier how they'd be besties if they'd like just rambled about like baking and stuff like that and talk each other's ears off, but like I kind of forgot that Navia probably has some grudges to hold. Even if she'll like push them down deep inside her and like not mention them, she probably has certain feelings about Furina. Even if she doesn't let them surface. Just little tinge of bitterness there.
I was wondering if we might run into her.
It reminds me of the Navia and Clarand dynamic. They're kind of like, they would be besties if they just didn't have all that history, you know? They would be besties if there wasn't a lingering hint of just kind of bitterness there.
So, you're here for Paolo? Looks like he could be a while, so feel free to take a stroll around town in the meantime. I've made all the arrangements already.
Oh, it's okay. We can just wait here.
Question mark?
Thank you for being so considerate, Miss Navia.
Oh,
Sounds wonderful. We'll take that stroll.
I see. You feel like there needs to be something that clears up Furina's name? I mean, she saved all of Fontaine. I don't really think I don't think anything more needs to be said. She destroyed the prophecy. The prophecy came true, but the prophecy was wrong.
Get over here, you! How oblivious are you?
People don't know that she was the one who did that. Yeah, I guess, but I don't know. Charlotte needs to get on that right now. Furina had a voice line about Charlotte that like Charlotte wanted to like get an interview of like the quote unquote real her, but who knows who the real Furina even is, you know? I don't think even Furina really knows. I don't think she's going to be ready for that for a long time.
How are things in Poisson now? Any better?
Just that like small look of silence, that was a lot.
Things are on the mend, but it's a slow process. Some people may never recover from the trauma they experienced.
I'm sorry to hear that. I wish there was something I could do.
Please, must our conversations take such a depressing turn every time we meet? We all have painful memories, but we don't have to let them cloud everything we do.
Easier said than done.
And if you're trying to make a new start, perhaps it's best if you don't bring up the past all the time.
She is kind, I think. Navia is kind at the end of the day.
Thank you for your words of comfort. You make a very good point. But for now, at least, I think I should stay with the way I'm feeling for a while longer.
That's also fair. You kind of have a... How do I word this? Because it sounds so weird to say, but it's like you have a right to that guilt. You have a right to the grief you're feeling. That sounds so odd to say, but I think that is what I want to say. I don't know.
It's okay. These things take time. Moving on from a painful experience is easier said than done. Which brings me to why I'm here. I thought you should probably know that not everyone here is ready to forgive and forget after the Hydro Archon's inaction in the face of catastrophe.
Yeah. Public perception isn't necessarily the best here. It's like you learn to progress on your own pace. Something like that. Or something about just processing the emotions. Because like if your immediate priority once you start feeling something is how to get rid of those emotions, I don't think you'll ever fully come to terms with what they mean. I don't think you'll ever fully move past it. You kind of have to let it sink in for a bit before you're really ready for that. I think a lot with like Furina is like she kind of just needs time. She's not ready for things. She kind of needs time to heal, to feel all that guilt and sink in that grief a little bit. And just let it kind of like, not consume her, but like kind of like just have it be there, just like sit with it before she really fully addresses it. I think that's, it doesn't sound healthy, but I think that's the healthiest. I don't know. I don't know how I would approach that, because I was going to say like that's what I do. It's like no, it's not. That's what I've done. I have no idea if that's what I've done. I can't recall. I don't know what I do. I don't know what I do in that situation.
To avoid upsetting the peace, I told the townspeople that everyone here is a member of the theater troupe, and that you are just an actress playing the role of Furina.
Been there, done that. It's not too uncommon of a thing, I think.
It's not a perfect solution, but hopefully it means you won't have to lie low while you're here.
It's not always the easiest, but letting go isn't so easy.
That's so thoughtful of you, Navia.
Well, what do you expect? I am the courageous and considerate president of Spina di Rosula, after all, like my father before me. Anyway, that was all. Look after her now.
Got it. I don't trust these two. I don't trust these two little shits to look after Furina, I'm gonna be honest, but can we play as Navi instead? Can we get rid of these two? I don't trust them. Can we have Navi look after Furina?
Off we go then. Let's take a look up there.
Paimon especially, yeah.
I don't have any friends that I can be frank and honest with. So maybe she's right. You're the closest thing to friends that I have.
I don't want to say this because it's extremely harsh, but if your friends are Traveler and Paimon, get new friends. Especially when they treat you like this. That's a little, maybe a little bit too harsh. They know the truth, but they still have their own, what's the word? Grievances in their heart? I don't think grievances is the word I'm looking for. The truth doesn't easily brush away your feelings. It's not the be-all, Dago. It's not the be-all, cure-all. Even knowing the truth, you still have the emotions that have built up over what happened. You still have that grief and such. The people of Poisson may know the truth, but they still have their reservations. Reservations is the word I'm looking for. They still definitely have like their reservations about it. It's like generational trauma or something, I think might be a word for that. and all like the kind of glares.
I'm so grateful that Miss Navia was so understanding. To be perfectly honest, I didn't know if I was ready to meet her. It's always easiest to just run away from your problems. But that never fixes anything. You can't get around the obstacles without facing them.
Yeah.
So that's why you were nervous when they brought up Poisson.
That should have been obvious, Paimon.
Yeah. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared of coming back here. Still, I felt it was something I had to do. As I was saying before, I want to see for myself the things that I never could in the past. I'd be overjoyed if the people here could find it in their hearts to forgive me. But they're more likely to unleash a tirade of vitriol against me. Which, of course, I completely understand and accept.
I'm sure some people didn't buy Navia's lie.
Yeah, I can tell people are watching me.
Poisson might be a place that she'll just never be welcome.
I'm sure some people here see the idea of someone coming to Poisson dressed as the Hydra Archon as extremely disrespectful. I used to be terrified of the gaze of other people, especially when they had suspicion or resentment in their eyes.
Used to be? Because I still am. I have really severe social anxiety.
I guess I wasn't quite ready for this after all.
No.
I'm not surprised you're making yourself go through all of this.
It's not like... Maybe you've taken on a bit too much in one go.
I can't let myself see only the things I want to see. How would that make me any different from before?
Huh. I don't really know what she means by that. Like, she's kind of trying to figure out who she is when she's not the Hydra Archon, but also she's like... I don't know. I don't really know what to say about that. It's like you've given yourself the freedom to be human, but with that comes all the emotions and struggles of being a human in and of itself. In a way. And you're still not free from the actions of 500 years, the guilt, everything that's built up. The people's feelings towards you, whether that be resentment or idolatry. It's easy to say that you're... It's easy for Focalor to say that Furina is Furina, but she's really not. She still has a lot just hanging on her, but there's just not much responsibility there anymore, I guess. But all the emotions and stuff are still on her, and all the emotions from other people are still there.
Look! There seems to be a crowd gathering over there.
That's probably not a good thing. They're not staying quiet either.
Probably time we made a move.
Yeah.
How about we check out Spina di Rasula's ship? We should have a view of the whole of Poisson from there.
continue accompanying. Whither... Wait, what was that? Whither should the water flow? Oh, that's like a question word. Not entirely sure.
Are a must
Can
for the
I
well
talk to the crowd? No, the
If
crowd...
you'd like to learn the proper etiquette.
The crowd only exists when you're not directly looking at them. They're like, it's the crowd are an SCP. If you look away, they exist behind you, but you turn around, they're gone. Ruh-roh. I guess they couldn't just like stick them there as like a temporary thing.
Yep.
How do I... Oh. I was confused about how to get up here. Isn't Wither like to what place? Yeah, something like that. Wither to unforeseen or what? I don't know what I'm quoting. Yeah. It's kind of similar, like which other as well, or something. I don't know. I don't entirely know that word. It's not in my lexicon. I'll look it up later and add it to my vocabulary.
I'm sorry. You probably just wanted a relaxing stroll. And here I am dumping all this heavy stuff on you.
Apologizing for things you shouldn't apologize for. There's another habit. I'm gonna keep pointing that out, because I know I do that.
We don't mind. It's actually refreshing to see a different side of you.
Great. Well, I appreciate your company, so please don't disappear just yet.
Not planning on it.
I don't know whether you can tell, but the years of suffering and loneliness aren't the only reason I have a hard time facing up to who I used to be. As I stand here by the ship, I can't get the images of the rising water out of my mind. One after another, people were taken by the water. All those treasured lives and memories washed out of existence in an instant. They thought their god would protect them. They had absolute faith that when disaster struck, a divine power would save them from harm. And all the while, I played my part to perfection to convince them that was true.
Oh, you can really feel it in that voice. You can really feel it. I need to stop bringing up the vocal performance because it's like immersion breaking, but like, God, see, the vocal performance is amazing.
But then the floodwaters finally came, and the Hydro Archon did nothing.
You shouldn't look at it like that. You were only doing your duty.
Don't be so harsh on yourself. I mean, when the point of the act is to save all the people of Fontaine, of course it's gonna be the people that you fail to save that linger on your mind the most. No matter what. It might just be like a me thing and just like a insecure thing or something. It's like a certain state of mind that I definitely have. But like in every success you have, you don't notice the things you did right. You only notice the things you did terribly, terribly wrong. You only recognize the worst moments. The good things tend to slip from your mind. and you only care about all the bad things. I know what that's like because I do that. And I've been trying to fix that, but I don't know. Don't be so harsh on yourself.
I've had to go through so many moments like that for the sake of protecting the truth. As time went on, it got harder and harder to bear, and I became more lonely and isolated.
Maybe it's not that the people of Fontaine won't forgive you, it's that you don't know if you've forgiven yourself.
Eventually, I realized I had nothing left except the truth. I became terrified of completely failing in my task, and was haunted by the thought of being left all alone, weeping on my throne. Fortunately, we were able to avoid the worst-case scenario thanks to the help of heroic individuals such as yourselves.
You think it's nice to acknowledge how good the voice actors are? Yeah, but I do it like every 5 milliseconds. I think just a few times is enough, and then I can kind of like let it slide for a bit. But I'd feel bad if I did that.
Everyone rose to their responsibilities, and I finally regained my freedom.
When you finally regained your freedom, did it taste like you expected? Or was it bittersweet?
But on some level, freedom also means no longer being needed. I have no further use to people.
It's your stream reviewers or watch for what you have to say, at least that's what you're here for. Yeah, fair. But I just mean more of like, I like not bringing it up too much just because it like breaks my own immersion, and I want to like be fully emotionally connected with it instead of like disconnecting from it and be like, oh, I like this character, because I like being like in the moment, just being like fully immersed. It's like, it's not a character, just like someone I can relate to or something like that. I don't know. I don't know how my brain works.
Paimon would have never imagined you'd see it that way.
Think of your freedom as your reward.
A reward?
Because now you can finally speak your heart. You don't have to be anguished and alone anymore.
I guess so. And back then, I didn't even dare to dream about having someone to confide in.
Because it would have broken everything you worked for.
I was scared of someone recognizing me for who I truly was, and exposing the secret I swore to protect. Believe in the Furina you see on stage. She is the one you can trust. I had to keep all my feelings, all my curiosity about life to myself. No one could be allowed to know.
For the sake of everyone else, you shut yourself away. For when the charade is over, no one knows. I don't know where I was trying to go with that. It just felt weirdly poetic.
That's what I really meant when I said I'm no good at maintaining relationships.
So that's where you were coming from. Paimon totally thought you were just a bit of a diva at heart.
Shh.
Could you please get off my case? I don't know what's gotten into you today. I'm making an effort here. You could at least try to do the same.
If Paimon to say it was, she doesn't like to see you so down. Do you feel better having gotten all this off your chest? These are odd options. I wanna do like the Yelan glitch where you can like, if you do the pause menu thing and you can slam Paimon into a pole. I don't know if they patched that out yet.
I once had nothing but the truth, and now I'm finally free to live my own life again. And even though I have no idea where I'm going right now...
Being lost is nice, I guess. That's a conclusion I came to a long while ago. Being lost is kind of the point.
At least the choice is in my hands.
Yeah.
Alright, it's about time to head back. Paulo should have finished the ending by now.
Sure. Okay, let's head back and check it out.
Let's see what the writer is up to. Where are these two? Oop.
Didn't you say you needed to watch what you eat? You're supposed to be cutting
Oh my
down on
God.
fried foods, not wolfing down copious quantities of fish and chips, you know?
I mean, fish and chips ain't the worst thing. Despite how much I ridiculed it like a few streams ago and in a YouTube short. I actually really like fish and chips. I'm just like poking fun at it because it's British.
Come on. It's not every day we get to dine at Spina di Rosula's expense. Can you believe how generous she is? I'm not about to pass on free food.
I'm sorry, you got to dine at Spina di Rosula's expense, and the food you chose to eat was fish and chips? Okay, now I will criticize you for that. You could have had anything. But fish and chips? Really? Like fair, but really?
Anyway, my character doesn't need to be slim and good looking. That's your job.
Okay.
Are you kidding me right now? It's not your character's health I'm worried about, it's yours. I've spent my whole life battling the effects of ill health, and it kills me to watch you willingly ruin yours by filling yourself up with junk all the time.
Huh.
Oh no, looks like they're arguing again.
Didn't think about that, but that's an interesting point.
We're back! Could you maybe put your differences aside for a moment?
Ah, you're back. We've been enjoying Spina di Rosula's VIP treatment in your stead.
Uh-huh.
Paulo's nearly done. We shouldn't have to wait too much longer.
Great! So you were discussing your characters, right? We heard she's playing the Oceanid who turns into a human girl. What about you?
Me? I'm an Oceanid too.
Okay.
He was originally supposed to take the form of a crane, but he...
Oh.
outgrew that role. Well, the costume at least. So now he's playing the boar instead.
It's been that long. There's no way that happens over like the course of days. What? How long have you been planning to do this for?
Sorry.
The boar's not a bad character, actually. He's the one who raises the little Oceanid, yes?
That's right. He has some pretty memorable lines, too. Like when he imparts some solemn words of wisdom to the little Oceanid.
Ooh.
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Gee, what does that remind me of?
Wait, that sounds kind of familiar.
Yeah, I wonder.
It's the most important line in the whole script. I think it's a symbolic statement about our director's life and legacy.
Oh?
She kept quiet about all the trials and tribulations she faced in running our troupe, allowing us to devote ourselves fully to performing.
Like how Furina lived a lie her entire... for 500 years just to kind of... just for at least the majority of those 500 years to give comfort to her people. Even if it was a lie. She did try her best to... She was like keeping up the track of like the rising of everything and the primordial Siwar and the readings and all that. She was trying her best despite being a human trying to perform as a god. There's obviously parallels.
It was only after she was gone that we realized how tough her job really was.
Yeah, there's obviously parallels.
You mentioned earlier that the troupe is like your home.
Yeah. I was born with an incurable illness, and once my family found out it couldn't be treated, they decided they didn't want me anymore.
Oh.
I spent some years taking whatever work I could find and trying to manage my illness with various medicines. But whenever I had a bad flare-up, I'd be lying in an alleyway for days at a time. It was like that until the director found me one day. She told me I had a great voice and asked if I was interested in studying singing from her. I said yes. She took me under her wing, taught me to both sing and act, helped me find Mora for my meds, took care of me when my condition decided to flare up. I know it was all a huge burden on her.
She sounds very kind.
She sounds like a really incredible person.
Yeah. I just said that. Bro.
She really was. She gave everything she had to her troupe and the people in it. All of us were so proud to call her our director. I was a lost child too when she found me. As the child of a murderer, my parents weren't around when I was little.
Ah.
So I got sent to an orphanage.
I see. In another life, you would have joined the House of the Hearth, huh?
The other kids were always picking fights with me. They'd say things like, "Come on, you must be pretty tough if you're the son of a murderer." It was just to taunt me, though. I was an easy target, and they knew it. One day, I got beaten up so bad that I just couldn't take it anymore, so I ran away. I lost all faith in humanity by that point. Thought the whole world was out to get me.
Let me guess. Fortunately, the next person you ran into was the director.
Yeah. For the first time in my life, I was somewhere I felt safe. And I promised myself I'd stay here until the day the group parted ways.
The day you hoped would never come. How times change.
I assume the script is done then.
Oh, You're finally done? Get your butt over here. There's someone I need to introduce you to. This is our new artistic consultant, Miss Furina.
Furina? The Furina? Oh my god, how did you manage to wrangle that?
Please, the honor is all mine. I was profoundly moved to hear about your troupe and your wonderful director. I just wanted to do something to help.
Same here.
Just a single nod is all you get from us.
Even so, this is just... Oh, wow. I'm sorry. I'll try to calm down. Now, where was I?
His only introduction to the Traveler is just a nod.
Yes, the script, of course. Let me give you a rundown of how the story unfolds in my version of the script. I'm sure you're already familiar with the beginning of the story. A little Oceanid decides she wants to become a human against the wishes of her family. She finds love and friendship in the bustling city, but then disaster strikes. The people start to notice that all the fresh water in the surrounding area is slowly disappearing. The soil is becoming arid, plants and flowers are withering, and the people begin to panic. The little Oceanid, Cleo, and her lover decide to do something about it and investigate the truth of the matter together. In the end, they discover that all the waste and pollution created by humans over the years has caused the fresh water to flee the land, as if driven by a consciousness of its own.
Interesting. Reminds me of how, like, there's something like lore I'm missing in Fontaine. I need to go, like, find some things to read and figure out kind of what happened. But, like, it's like how all the Oceanids... Wait. Question mark. Huh. But it's like how it was mentioned, like all the Oceanids, like we're fleeing from Fontaine and stuff like that when Aegeria died. There's some things I need to... Okay. There's some things I definitely need to investigate there. That's questionable. That's very interesting. Okay. Because like the one Oceanid you fight in Liyue mentions a lot about that.
Consciousness? You mean the water is sentient?
Welcome back.
Water as a conscious entity. There's actually quite a few stories that explore this theme.
Since the little Oceanid is a water spirit, she immediately understands how the water is feeling. She then tells her lover about her true identity, as well as the truth behind the crisis. Her lover accepts her for who she is, and works with her to find a way to bring the water back. However, unbeknownst to them, there were some people eavesdropping when she revealed her secret.
Uh-oh.
The little Oceanid is accused of being directly responsible for driving the water away, and faces the greatest dilemma of her life.
And then?
Tragedy or happy ending? Which one did you write? I love a tragedy, but I don't think anyone here wants to hear a tragedy.
In the end, she makes the brave decision to sacrifice herself to save her lover, and the rest of humanity.
Damn, okay.
Huh? But didn't they all treat Cleo like a villain? Why would she want to save them after that?
I don't know, why don't you ask the person standing right next to you?
Well, she mainly wanted to save her lover, plus everyone who'd stood up for her.
Through her love for her human partner, she was able to find an even greater love, one that extended to all of humanity. Surely the biggest strength of Cleo's character.
Also something that Focalora admired you for.
There's actually something else that bothers me.
Somewhat. There's parallels there.
You know the protagonist is supposed to represent the director, right? And she never had the chance to become a hero in our world. If we're serious about dedicating this show to her memory, we should make the ending as true to life as possible. What about if the little Oceanid is hounded to death by people who hate her, her lover makes sure her secret never gets out, and humanity—
Whoops, I didn't mean to skip that.
Too cruel of an ending to me. And perhaps a little irresponsible to present to the audience.
I was messing with the mouse, I didn't mean to skip past that. Ah yeah, she wants a tragedy.
That ending would be a perfect mirror to Director Aureli's death. Both arbitrary and meaningless.
But I don't know if that would particularly have the...
On the day when she went missing, Director Aureli had instructed us all, somewhat out of the blue, to leave the court of Fontaine and wait for her outside the city. We waited and waited at the rendezvous point, but she never came. By the time we returned to the city, she disappeared without a trace. We looked for her. The Gardamex looked for her, but she was nowhere to be found. Increasingly, all the signs seemed to point to her being the latest victim in the serial disappearances case.
The director was the kindest soul in the world, yet she was senselessly sacrificed for the sake of a so-called experiment by someone who had nothing to do with her at all.
But doesn't the way she suddenly told you to leave the city suggest that maybe she had some sense of what was about to happen? It almost seems as if she was moving you to safety.
There's something going on there.
I've been trying to follow up on that ever since, but all my efforts so far have turned up nothing. Villemont might know something, but he won't open up to me.
Villemont? The one who's playing the role of the villain?
The one who refuses to come back until the very, very end?
Yeah. He's been overwhelmed by grief. I think the director's death hit him hardest of all.
Grief? Guilt, more like. Also, I have a hard time imagining that anyone took it harder than me.
Grief and guilt aren't mutually, what's the word? What's the word? They don't cancel each other out. Both can exist at the same time. Both usually do exist at the same time.
Because, well, speaking of the play being true to life, I was deeply, madly in love with Aureli.
What? You kept that one quiet.
It's time to be upfront with you all. No more keeping secrets from each other. We'll never be able to agree on the ending if we can't be honest about how we feel.
Exclusive? Yeah, mutually exclusive. That's the word I was looking for. Dankeschön.
I did tell her how I felt once, but she turned me down pretty much straight away.
Aww.
She said that we were all like brothers and sisters to her, and she'd never considered us as potential romantic partners.
Interesting.
Not that it came as a shock or anything. It was what I was expecting to hear. So I told her I'd always be there for the troupe, and I'd always be there for her. I said, maybe one day in the future, when everyone's settled into their own lives and on the up and up, and managing the troupe no longer required her constant attention. Well, maybe then she could reconsider what she really wanted in her life.
Mm-hmm. That's the hope you're clinging on to. I get it. I kinda get it.
And now, That day will never come.
Oh, Paulo.
So if I'm the one writing this ending, then I'm gonna make sure it does right by O'Reilly. I won't let anyone get in the way of that.
Damn, okay. Fair.
In that case, you have to straighten things out with Vilmont once and for all, face to face. We've all had our differences of opinion over the ending, but those two have never seen eye to eye on anything. One of them has to compromise if we're ever going to reach a final decision.
Well, if that's where we're at, looks like it's time to go visit Vilmont.
Are you ready to face the truth?
Honestly, I'm slightly terrified. But for the sake of our final performance, I'll do whatever it takes. Funny you should ask, though. You really do get what I'm going through right now.
I certainly do.
Hmm.
Come on, everyone. Allons-y!
Is that gonna be our new catchphrase? This light just like a light trickle of song. Interessant. Oh. I feel like I've gathered up. I've made it a point in the past that I wasn't gonna do like exploration. Ooh, there's one up there as well, like exploration stuff off stream, but I kind of realized like I kind of do need to do that if I want to gather up Prima gems and I want to like stuff like that. So I have been like going off stream to like gather a bunch of these chests I didn't gather previously for some reason. Either that or just like I haven't been playing Genshin all that much. Okay, that's not how I was supposed to play this team.
Ooh, let me open it.
But I've been trying to go through the research and the institute and stuff on my own, but I haven't. I clearly haven't done much, but I want to do like that quest line off stream, I guess. When it comes to the Naresa Cruise adventure thing, whatever, where is it? I think this I do want to try to do on stream because I know it has like a big long continuation thing, but most other things I think should be fine to just do on my own. Yeah. Although I do definitely want to catch up with these. I'll have these be like separate streams or whatever. As well as Nahida's second story quest. Oh my god. I have a lot to catch up on. Where was the chest I just saw? Was it up ahead there? Probably there. Okay. What are they attacking? What was that?
This is tough going. Delphi, are you sure you can manage in your condition?
That thing.
I could ask you the same question. Try to keep up.
How does that work? Oops. You're just gonna ignore the chest.
As if this journey wasn't tough enough already without a roadblock.
It's like a really shiny chest. I kind of really want to just go get distracted and open it.
Don't worry. We should all be fine with the traveler here. We don't need to take a detour. Wait, why are you all looking at me? You're not seriously expecting me to fight, are you?
She doesn't even have her vision yet. She can't really do much.
We're just curious, that's all. I don't think anyone's ever seen Furina in a fight before.
You don't even have the ability to fight right now, do you?
Yeah, but don't you remember why? The Hydro Archon willingly gave up all her power so it could be converted into indemnitium.
Yeah.
Furina said so herself.
Why does it... I was going to say, why does the Traveler have that look on there? What are they doing?
Precisely. And I'm not even the Hydro Archon anymore, so all my power is gone anyway.
Yeah. She's just a normal human without a vision.
As much as it pains me, unfortunately, I should just stay put. I'm more like a damsel in distress more than anything.
Yeah.
That sounded so smug. Ugh, secondhand embarrassment is unbearable.
C'est la vie. This doesn't require god-level powers. Don't you know any self-defense?
Hey, lay off, all right? My blood's hanging from a thread here. I'm sorry. I got carried away. Please help us out, would you?
What is this scene?
Aw, too bad. I was so pumped to feast my eyes on fight mode Furina.
Sorry to leave all the heavy lifting to you.
Don't worry, piece of cake.
So anyways, fight mode Furina. Using a level 20 weapon. Also, that doesn't even work.
Smile.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. I forgot I had the device activated. I don't know how to build Charlotte or how to use her.
The wind knows me.
But she seems like fun.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
Hard-hitting exclusive. Smile.
Oh wait, these are cryo slimes? Ow.
Let my name echo in song! Bravo! Good show! You certainly live up to your reputation.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, the path is cleared now, so onwards and upwards.
Fight mode Furina against the Hydro and Cryo Slimes. It's a good plan. Yeah, it's an ingenious plan. What is happening here? What are you trying to fire at? Okay. Shovel Marine was wild, and I am going to commit heresy and give Furina like an actually leveled up weapon instead of her signature. So she can actually do damage. What is this? How do I do this? This looks shiny, I wanna grab it. We are gonna get sidetracked. Oh. Wait, what? What? Uh-oh.
Am I free?
Okay. And back up. Wait, what? Am I supposed to glide? I guess I have to glide for a millisecond before I grab it. That's odd. Just odd timing there. She died, no more quest. Uh-oh. The troop is doomed. Maybe we can just like... We'll just summon another one, it's fine. We'll just get another Furina. They fall from the sky, you know? Da-da-da. This is an odd thing.
Up and away.
Is it all the same? No, different. Interesting. Wait, what? Okay. Yay.
Ooh, let me open it.
Maybe I should put Sayu on the steam so I can roll around faster. Kazuha is more useful for height, but Sayu is very useful for speed. She's zooming. Where'd this go? Oh? Oh, it is an arena. I was thinking it looked like an arena. This is not a good team to fight these. Healer, healer, healer. Okay.
Here come the fireworks.
Do that.
Strike a pose.
Okay, it would have been useful if I had a damage buff, but oh well.
One with nature. Clouds high. The birds call.
Yoimiya sweep. Yoimiya's taking damage. Yoimiya sweep. There we go. Oh, we didn't. Wait. Oh, there's a chest down below it. Okay. Nice.
What a
Also, with her signature, I guess I do have to change her entire artifact setup because it was kind of relying on the energy recharge from this. Okay. Skill damage increase, yada yada. Okay. Max HP increase. Interesting. That should be good for.
surprise.
I know like the really impressive numbers you can get with her is probably with Nilu's weapon, which I don't have, but that should at least buff up her HP a little bit.
Splendid! More interesting trinkets for
Okay.
me.
That's crazy, Genshin Nuzlocke. Uh-oh. I know some people do that, I think. They've tried it. I could never, I am so stupid and get like my characters, like all my characters die in like the dumbest of ways. I can't count the number of times Hu Tao has fallen off a cliff.
Huh? Oh, it's you guys. Wait, what's Lady Furina doing here?
You tried as well, you lost in an abyss. Understandable. Alright, I need to do that. I think I did one a while ago, but I need to do... Okay, the one I'm thinking of probably ran out already. I don't remember how long ago I did the last abyss. It might have been 2 weeks ago. It might be like already like gone by now. I don't know how the abyss works. I need to do those though. Good primos.
I can explain. We've been rounding up the whole troop. We now have everyone except you.
It resets this Thursday? I don't know what day it is today. I don't have a frame of reference for that. Uh-oh. That means I have time though, right? I have Furina on my team. That should be like perfect. I'll probably just do it off stream though. I mean, I could do it... I don't want to elongate the stream out too much, but I could do it like in this stream just to get more primos for more summons, but I'll probably do it off stream. I'll probably do like the last few summons off stream just because I can't do it like big theatrical thing out of it anymore if they're just like 2 or 3. I mean, the whole sequence of events so far to Villemont.
So, you think knowing the truth about the director's disappearance will help you write an ending to the script that pleases everyone? I care just as much as everyone else about making the Little Oceanid a success. That's why I wanted to wait until after the show.
Yeah, he definitely knows something. If you want, you can help in Abyss. You have many tips? That'll be helpful, but it's more of just, the Abyss is just kind of like annoying, if that makes sense. I just like have to set aside like an amount of time just to do an Abyss. That's not like my favorite thing to do in the world. It's more just like, if I do this, I get primos. Okay. But it does get fun sometimes. It was fun the last time I did it, because like I just got Furina. And she does a lot of damage. She makes things very fun. Or she makes other people do a lot of damage, rather. She also does damage herself. I don't know.
If I open this can of worms now, I just don't want to make things difficult between us. We're supposed to be a unit when we're on stage.
Villemont, avoiding the truth will not help anyone. Unless you mean to suggest that Aurelie's death had something to do with you.
I don't want to talk about it.
Well...
Listen, Villemont. I used to think that my love for Aurelie was a point of shame. I never brought it up to anyone. But now, I've made up my mind to put it all on the table. I'm prepared to face everything, to sacrifice everything for the sake of the show. The Little Oceanid cannot be complete unless we do justice to Aurelie on an emotional level.
This is why people think of you as not being the smart one.
What the hell do you mean by that?
As you all know already, the troupe was kept afloat not from ticket sales, but donations from the audience. Of course, that was nowhere near enough. We took on side jobs when we weren't performing, but even then, the troupe's financial situation was pretty dire.
Oh, so they were doing that.
So, anyway, one day after a show, a merchant came to me and offered us a huge sponsorship. In return, we just had to provide the audience with their drinks during performances.
Fanta merchant, question mark?
It seemed like a win-win, so I said yes to it on the spot without consulting the director.
The synth merchant
came to deliver the goods that I realized the drink in question was synth.
Isn't that the drink peddled by the culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
I remember that it induces a state of euphoria, but it also causes significant harm to the body.
I freaked out when I saw the boxes. And I told the director everything right away. She was completely shocked as well. But she didn't reprimand me for making the decision without consulting her. Instead, she contacted the merchant and stated that the troupe could not agree to this collaboration. The merchant was furious, berated us for going back on our word, and threatened to sue us for damages. The amount was astronomical. There was no way we'd be able to pay.
And then?
I was going to sort it on my own, but the director stopped me. She said that this was an issue for the whole troupe and it wasn't my fault. But things only got worse from there. The synth merchant just wouldn't let up, and then suddenly the director told us all to leave the city one day. I knew then that things must have reached a boiling point. I admit this whole thing was my mistake. I didn't dare to tell any of you the truth back then, and after the director disappeared, I was even more afraid to say anything.
You brought the director to the attention of the synth dealers. Your mistake gave them a motive to kidnap and murder her. That's a bit harsh, but...
Yeah, I got Aurelie killed. There, I said it. Happy now?
Hey, don't say that.
You traitor! You knew Aurelie was in danger. Why in God's name didn't you tell us? What do you mean, you were afraid? This was a life and death situation. We could have saved her! How could you be so stupid?
Please, try not to get too worked up.
Yeah, listen to him. You need to stay calm.
Stay calm? How can I stay calm? This guy got Aurelie murdered. She was the love of my life. And he has the gall to try and high-road us, claiming that he kept his mouth shut for the sake of the show. How about taking some responsibility for what he's done?
All I can say is I'm sorry. Truly. I wanted to apologize to everyone in the troupe, but that won't bring back the director. What good is my apology now? I'm just a coward who made an awful, terrible mistake that I can never take back. Beat me up if you want. Kill me if you prefer. It's what I deserve. End my life so I can meet the director and apologize to her in person.
Get out of my sight! Go! Get lost! I don't ever want to see your face again!
That's enough! You've screamed and shouted at each other for long enough. Now pipe down, both of you! Can you stop conflating the show on stage with your real-life relationships in the troupe?
She's taking charge.
You keep saying that you want to use this final performance to pay tribute to your director and celebrate her life. How can you do that if you're just using it as an excuse to vent your own emotions?
You're right.
I'm sorry.
On stage, the lead role is the focal point of the audience's attention. And you're all used to seeing the director as the heart of the troupe. But in her own life, her greatest desire wasn't to be the center of attention. I can tell how much she loved you all, and how much she loved the troupe.
She wanted to protect it at the end.
What she wanted was to build a warm home for all of her brothers and sisters. To shield you all from the storms that rage in the world outside. That's how you should remember her. And that's what you should be celebrating. I understand why you're trying to make her the hero of the story, but isn't she your hero already? After everything she did for you?
Yeah.
So think hard about what that means. And then think again about what you hope to achieve by arguing with each other. If you really hate each other and can't reconcile your differences, then you could just call it quits now. Why bother with the final performance if the group is already fractured? But you can't bring yourself to do that, can you? You care too much about Director O'Reilly and the home she built you all to let go. What are you laughing at? I don't see what's so funny.
Is she acting like this director? Is she noticing the similarity?
Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that, for a moment there, it felt like our director was back with us again.
I feel like I've seen something like this before. It's a kind of story that happens again and again, I guess. Every story beat has its repeats. Everything is inspired by one thing or another. You can kind of link them back through the through all of human history. I guess it's like similar, somewhat of a common thing or something. I don't know. It feels familiar.
If she'd seen Paulo and Vilmont at each other's throats like that, she would have scolded them exactly like you did, in that same stern voice.
Really? But she sounded like such a gentle person.
Of course she was. Even her harshest lectures came from a place of kindness, and it showed. She really was a truly outstanding person.
What you said, it really puts everything into perspective.
I'm truly sorry. I really meant for this to be a genuine apology, but I ended up making it all about me and my self-pity.
It's all right. Let's save all this for after the performance.
So, the ending. What are we gonna do about it?
Clearly, everyone needs to take a step back for now and reflect on what really matters. When emotions are running high, things get lost in the fray. The end of the story needs to focus back on O'Reilly herself. She's the true star of the show.
It might actually be possible to find out more about her fate.
What do you mean?
The Traveler is right. You once investigated that underwater synth base and recovered items belonging to the victims.
Oh?
If you could find anything that O'Reilly left behind, perhaps we can get a better sense of what she went through in her final days.
That is so morbid, but okay.
You really think that's possible?
I trust that nobody would object to the ending of the story being based on O'Reilly's true feelings.
She really is kind of just like naturally taking charge of the situation.
No.
Well, we'll leave this in your capable hands.
Come, let's pay a visit to the Palais Harmonia. The rest of you, head back to the rehearsal location for now, and wait for our good news.
She seems comfortable like this. It's a good look. Although I'm not sure if it's entirely facade or just partial facade. I don't know if she's living out kind of who she is through that. Or if she's still putting on a mask just because people need it to happen. I like to think that she was comfortable doing that though. That she kind of just like naturally did that. Slipped into that mode. I wonder... Okay, there has to be like a lot of voice lines all around Fontaine that have changed after the events of the Archon quest. I remember this Melusine specifically saying that like Furina lived in like the top penthouse of this place, but I think that voice line probably changed, right? I wonder if they've thought of that.
Review some recovered items connected to victims of the serial disappearances case, but that case has been closed for quite a while now. Still, since you were the ones who discovered and submitted the evidence in the first place, you don't actually have to submit an application.
Eh?
Okay, please hold on. I'll have someone dig them out.
Interesting. Staff might retrieve a box of Arley's former belongings.
This is all O'Reilly left behind. Just whatever she was carrying on her person and this tattered old notebook.
Hey! It's full of script lines! And sketches too! Looks like they show where the different props should be placed on stage.
Let me take a look. Maybe there's something in here from after she was kidnapped.
Maybe she finished the play while she was in captivity?
Aha! I found something. To whoever discovers this diary. Let's see. Looks like she kept a detailed record of her captor's actions. She even mentions the truth behind the experiments on dissolving young women. If we'd had the chance to examine this notebook carefully back then,
Yeah.
it would have been a conclusive piece of evidence proving Vachey's guilt.
It would have been good information.
Vachey took so many lives. It's still so unthinkable how many victims he had.
I guess O'Reilly must have written all of this down in the hope that her records would one day be of use to investigators.
Why did that Paimon seem off? It was like the animation and the voice line just didn't line up at all. Whatever that was.
Wait, it cuts off.
Is something wrong?
Her handwriting here gets patchier and more illegible by the line. She probably didn't have much strength left.
Oh. So in a way it's kind of like her last words.
Her final words are... I'll let you read them for yourselves.
Some notes was taken, that makes 6, or perhaps a 7th? Someone tried to escape yesterday but was caught. She hasn't been seen since. Was that yesterday? Maybe not. I've long since lost track of time, so I don't know if writing this is of any use or how much longer I can do it for. I can only see my fate approaching, but what terrifies me even more is seeing others from the troop here. Have I truly protected them? Sorry, I'm so sorry. I can write no more. I think I have a fever. My old stomach troubles have returned, but nobody has given me medicine. I think I'm more fortunate than crazy. The pain keeps her awake at night. I suppose they think that anything goes so long as the experimental subjects can be used up before they die. It's so damp in here. I've given her my blanket. So cold. So cold. So cold. As long as one persists, all things will pass. There'll be a reward for hard work. I like to tell them such things, but it is I who am losing my grip. If anyone sees this, troop safe, I important. Please, farewell, apologize. Life, perform, future. Regret, Cleo. This page is an absolute mess, and only the writer's pen seems to have wandered its surface at random. Only some words can be made out, and barely at that. This page onwards, the diary stops to be replaced with lyrics from musicals. Some are in the forms of newspaper clippings, other are handwritten with many crossings out and changes. It is apparent that the pages have been referenced often, that this was the personal notebook of artistic director Aurelie. Regret, Cleo. Huh.
She was so terrified.
She watched a girl get dissolved and right in front of her, and had to wait for her own death in silence.
She may have been a mighty hero in the eyes of her troop, but at the end of the day, she was only human.
What does that line make me think of?
I can't bear to think how painful and lonely her final days must have been. Wait. This part on the last page sounds strangely familiar.
Oh? Flipping through the notebook, the lyrics continue. However, one page has been torn out, folded up, and placed next to the last blank page. At the bottom of the fold notes are two new lines Aurelie has written in handwriting much more legible than before, but it seems that they took her both great effort and a great deal of time to write. If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You'll face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want? Because I'm an older sister to them. I love them. Huh?
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this still what you want?
Isn't that the most important line in the little Oceanid?
Okay, I realize that's probably somewhat audible. I probably shouldn't mute when I drink water now.
Because I am an older sister to them.
Oh.
So she didn't regret her decision, even as she sat in silence, waiting for death to come. I'm sure this is what the troop would have hoped to hear as well. She had their utmost trust, admiration, and love, and she truly deserved it. Let's go. It's time for them to learn Director Aurelie's final thoughts.
Some of that is true for you as well, you know? Where, down here? Where this? That's probably quicker. Oh, it's the stage, the like performance stage I set up. The place they rehearse at. What is that? What is it called? I forgot what it was called. Or I forgot what they would call it. Like just like a light trickle of song. So the quest itself hasn't changed. After reading through a notebook, some are lost for words, some weep bitterly, and some grind their teeth and howl of rage. A long time passes before the group is able to calmly come together and finally make a decision.
She deserves a hero's farewell. If that's the only way to convey to the audience the courage and selflessness that she showed in the face of death, then it's a meaningful way to end the story.
Yeah, also, I just got reminded of something in the part 5 of the Archon quest. There's like something there's like a thing that came up, and I was like talking about it during the time, but also I read something on Twitter and a while ago. It just, when at like the start at the trial or like in the middle, so at some point during like the trial proceedings, we brought out like primordial seawater or something like that, and as like a thing is like, oh, if you're really an Archon, you shouldn't dissolve in this or something like that. And I don't know what was going on there, but like she, even though she was human, she reached out her hand to the primordial seawater and just to hope that because she had so much trust in her mirror me self that she would even die to keep the lie going. She was willing to do all that and to go to like that length just to keep that. So she has a hell of a lot of willpower, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I don't know why I bring that up, but it's just like that. Yeah. Anyways.
Even in the last moments of her life, she was still leaving a trail for others to follow.
She did her best to protect as many people as possible, even if it meant sacrificing herself.
Furina was told that if the secret ever slipped, that the nation of Fontaine, that the prophecy would come true. It shows she was willing to follow that lie to the end, all the way even to death. Her willpower never slipped even for a second. And all the Archons respect the hell out of that. As they should.
We know what choice our little Oceanid would have made now. I don't think any more discussion is necessary. Well, Vilmont, if we put the past aside for now, do you think you can bring yourself to go ahead with the show?
I will channel all my regret and put it into my performance, to make this a show worthy of our director. I won't ask for your forgiveness, and you don't need to worry about my feelings. This final farewell show should be about Director Aurelie and her alone.
The show will go on. The troupe may not.
Then it seems like we've reached a consensus. I have a feeling that this will turn out to be the most mesmerizing performance of your lives.
Really? How can you be so sure when you've never even seen them perform before?
She has a sense. She has a feeling. She just knows. It's the theater kid. The theater kid is coming alive again.
Don't underestimate my experience. After watching a countless number of musicals, I've learned one important thing. If you want to move the audience with your music, you must fully commit and immerse yourself in your role, pouring all your emotion into your performance. And aren't human emotions, love, hate, regret, and hope, just the most mesmerizing things in this world?
Damn right.
I don't believe anybody could be more committed to bringing this story to life on the stage than they are now.
Thank you for the vote of confidence, Miss Furina. And thank you for supporting us through all this.
Then, let's not delay things any longer. We need to discuss the details of the ending and get it nailed down once and for all.
Actually, before that, I'd like to make a proposal. During the curtain call, please allow me to use the director's name instead of my own.
Oh?
Huh? But then...
After all, this role was originally meant to be played by the director. I'm just filling in for her. Besides, a role commemorating her life should be associated with her name.
Well, if you're sure you're okay with that, I have no objection to it.
Now we're talking like a serious acting troupe.
Maybe I should figure out how to join one of these.
Alright, I'll leave you to fine-tune your musical while I go and procure a stage.
Procure a stage?
Just manifest one into reality. Just like kick a tree and it turns into a stage. I have a stage and a Cerna teapot. I have Nilu, Fischl, and Furina on it, I think. Just random props. It's really scuffed.
Oh, it's okay. Our usual place doesn't need a reservation.
Oh.
That place? Oh, don't be silly. For an extraordinary show, we need an extraordinary stage. By which I, of course, mean the Opera Epiclese.
She's really getting into it.
Whoa, wait, what?
No. That's never going to work. It's far too fancy for the likes of us.
What are you afraid of? Surely you don't think that Aurelie's story is unworthy of the grandest stage in Fontaine?
No, that's not what I meant.
It is supposed to be your grand finale, right?
Believe in yourselves. Go big or go home.
I have no problem with it then. How about the rest of you? I'll take your silence as a yes. Thank you for giving us
That was
this
an odd moment.
opportunity. It really is a dream come true.
Well, then don't disappoint me. If you mess this up, it'll reflect poorly on me too. Come on, we'll need to get the go-ahead from Nerilette. I know just where to find him.
Does he ever go away from this one place? Isn't he just... Oh, wait, let's talk to them.
During the final scene, maybe we should stop the music just before Cleo takes the stage?
They did that during... I think they did that during, like, the Furina cutscene at some point. It really, like, draws into... not tension. Tension? Maybe tension. Something like that. I'm bad at words. I used to... I had to, like, write essays and stuff like that for the drama class I was taking, like, high school, and... I mean, I'm all right at writing things down, I just can't think up things to say in the moment.
First Miss Furina, now the opera epiclese? If only the director was still with us.
Hey, come on. There's no point in dwelling on that now. We have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, you're right. Now's not the time to get all melancholy.
Best of luck to you.
That's all you have to say? Okay, fair enough. Okay, only some of them have, like, voice lines. Interesting. Why is there one singular bed here? Like, if someone gets tired, just only one of them can sleep. Is that for... Dolphy? Maybe? Yeah, maybe. Cause, like, why is there only, like, one singular bed for a theater troupe? Who sleeps here? Yeah, where else would he be? Wait, outside? He's outside the Palais Mermonia. Is he? Yeah, he's out in like courtyard here. Interesting. I thought he'd be in his office.
Hey,
hello.
Look at that! Looks like I guessed right.
You were just guessing?
I mean, it's not that important, is it? We'd figure out where he is eventually.
I knew you'd be here.
I'm here merely for a short break. It has been a while, Miss Furina. And you too, Traveler in Paimon. What might I assist you with today?
I would like to book the Opera Epiclese for an event. You see...
I guess they don't really interact much anymore, huh? You shared a story of the little ocean with Nervalet along with the...
understand.
Okay.
The process for booking the Opera Epiclese is complex and can be somewhat cumbersome.
Uh-oh.
Given that the request is coming from the three of you, I see no reason to make things unduly difficult.
So kind.
The story of the little Oceanid is most fascinating. I'm looking forward to seeing it performed on stage.
Okay, thinking over it now, that is quite something. An amateur theater troupe doing their last act on the grandest stage of the nation of Fontaine. Yeah, that's quite something, isn't it? It's the greatest honor you could have.
I will say, however, that I am surprised to see your passion for the performing arts rekindled after all that has happened.
Huh? What do you mean? Do I look excited?
It's not something she even realizes. She doesn't even realize it. She doesn't even realize that it's slowly bringing her back to life. I also like how I'm realizing something right now, but I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna leave that as like a subtle thing of just like I've kind of realized something in the exact same vein, but I'm not gonna make it obvious. I'll leave it as an exercise for the reader.
Yes, and this is the first time that I've seen you like this since your departure from deityhood.
At first, I just felt bad about rejecting them, so I wanted to learn a little bit more about their situation. But one thing led to another, and, well, here we are.
You got dragged along because your heart is tugging you in this direction.
In the past, we sat in our high chairs in the court, giving our opinions on isolated cases, all while knowing very little about the human stories behind each and every one. Maybe it's because I finally become an ordinary person and gained my freedom, but I've developed a great sense of curiosity about their lives.
I am truly delighted to see you find a new lease on life. Now that you've regained some confidence, have you had any thoughts regarding a return to the stage?
Why would you suddenly ask a question like that?
Well, if the Little Oceanid turns out to be a great success, it will no doubt become a classic. Many theater companies are certain to add it to their repertoire. The experiences and decisions of the protagonist, Cleo, are all modeled after your own. Naturally, this makes you eminently suited to playing the leading role.
That's an interesting point you brought up, that like every other theater company would be like doing their own versions of it. I forgot that was a thing that happened. That's very cool.
It would truly be a shame if you did not take this opportunity to allow audiences to enjoy your outstanding acting talents once more.
Is she ready for it, though? In the midst of all her pain, is she ready for that? To return to the thing that pained her so much and realize that she has so much love for it in the end?
Haven't I already made myself clear? I won't act or perform in any role ever again. No exceptions. Nor do I think it is any great shame. There is no lack of fine actors or inspirational stories, either on or off the stage. This experience is a case in point. I feel like I've learned a lot, and it has already been well worth the price of admission. I must admit, though, I'm a little envious. They're quite fortunate to be able to bid farewell to their past in such a magnificent manner.
I mean... your other self executed herself. I don't think there's any greater way of saying goodbye to your past. Although you are still... yeah. It'll still emotionally linger, but I think that there's a very clear line. There's a very clear line that is drawn by a blade that clearly divides your past from your present. But the emotions will still linger over that boundary. And they might linger there for a long while.
I see. Well, I'm glad to learn that you have found a role to play that you enjoy, be it on the stage or not.
At least she's involved in something again. Whoops. Involved adjacent to it. Her heart's decided that's where she low-key belongs.
I sincerely hope the show will serve as the grandest of finales. I will have my staff book the date and mail the relevant paperwork to the troupe once the details are confirmed.
Thanks, Nervalette.
You the best.
You are very welcome.
I like his hair. It looks floofy at the start. Oh, has it been that long? Oh my god. Yo. Okay. I didn't realize that happened.
Many people were once enthralled by Lady Furina's performances, myself included. I hope that one day she'll be able to understand that our appreciation was always sincere.
Where are we going? Here? Okay. The greatest actor in all of Fontaine. But traumatized by the stage, and never to return to it again.
Good news, everyone. It's done. The Opera Epiclese is booked.
But even when she's not up on a stage, she does still have a very theatrical personality. She's slowly coming alive again, just being the director of this. It's like her soul is realizing, like, this is where she belongs.
Thanks to my eloquent and impassioned speech, Monsieur Neuvillette was moved to provide us with a fitting stage for this special performance. We've had to fight every step of the way for this opportunity, but we now have all of the ingredients necessary to stage a truly spectacular performance. A touching story, a magnificent venue, and last but not least, a passionate and dedicated cast. Now, let's work together and make this show the best it can be.
This is truly wonderful.
The sooner we can finalize the ending, the more time we'll have to rehearse. Fiumali and I just went over some parts of the script and tweaked a few things. I think it's really going to resonate with the audience now.
Nice.
Wow, you two had a constructive conversation? That's great!
As long as it was for the... they can have those as long as it's like for the sake of the production. But for anything else, they're probably just gonna get into arguing. Or maybe they'll... I don't know. I don't really know about relationships like this. Human relationships are notoriously hard to navigate.
Communication is vital to any good performance.
No matter what grudges you may hold.
Look at us. We've come so far. I never could have pictured this.
What is the lighting doing?
It's amazing. Even though Furina's still being a bit of a drama queen about it all.
Shut the hell up.
Fired everyone up.
What the fuck do you mean by that? Shut up. I'm really looking forward to the final production.
Please feel free to give us any comments or suggestions you have. We really value your input.
Hey, Loic, get over here. Time to practice the opening number.
Cursed Cleo. She stole the waters of life from us. She's a fraud, and she must pay for her crimes.
I like that the Traveler was helping out there as well. I guess like talking to people, being like a sub-deputy director of Furina or something. Very nice.
This has nothing to do with her. The ignorance and hatred of our people is to blame. How can we hope to win back the water's favor if we don't change our ways?
This guy could be useful. Take him hostage! If Cleo wants him back, she'll have to show herself.
Leave this place, oh little Oceanid, and never, ever look back!
Everyone's really throwing themselves into their roles. I haven't seen such a fine performance in a long time.
That's an interesting... You can clearly tell it's a prop. That's cool.
If only...
Hmm?
What should we do? It's almost time for her to take the stage!
Oh, is she... Oh no.
Why does it have to be now?
Hey, what's going on? You're due on stage any second now. Oh no, not again. But why? What about your new meds? Did they stop working?
If you're talking to me, yes. It's literally what happened to me, but anyways. Back into the story. Pain. Anyways.
They've been getting less and less effective over time. I've had to keep increasing my dose.
What? I thought they cure it. So they were only managing your symptoms?
I figured whatever it took to get me through this final performance.
Damn. There really is kind of like the SEO Mother's Rosaria arc. I think that was the name of it. It's also like the name of a move. It's a name of a sword skill.
How could you do this to yourself? And after that lecture you gave me about not looking after my health.
Sometimes the biggest critics are also the biggest hypocrites. They want you to live a life that they can't.
I'm sorry. I've let everyone down.
Not your fault. It could never be your fault. And that's not something I'd ever say to myself. The biggest critics are the biggest hypocrites, huh?
This is a conversation for another time. How can the show go on without its star performer?
Dun dun dun. Quick, someone grab Baiju.
Miss Furina, I'd like to make a request of you.
And I think we all know what that is.
Say no more. If you're sick, you need to rest. I know what you're going to ask. Loic, your character has no more scenes, correct?
Oh, yeah. I think my scenes are all done. Although, I do have one more line. But I guess another guy in the troupe with a similar voice register could take it. Why?
Please take Delphi back to her place to rest. I'll sing the finale.
Da 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 da.
From the sublime to the ridiculous. After all that, everything's come full circle.
Thank you, Miss Furina. I'm so sorry to put you in this position after everything you said.
For the sake of the performance, a line will be crossed. But it might be for the better.
Never mind. What's done is done. It's really my own fault for getting in too deep.
It's the direction your heart was taking you the entire time.
No one likes regrets, myself included. Leave it to me. I've watched you rehearse so many times that I've learned Cleo's part by heart.
Damn, nice.
I do not doubt
That's
your
a skill.
acting skills, but please allow me to ask just one more question. After all, this show is dedicated to the life and legacy of our director. What, in your opinion, is the reason Cleo shines so brightly?
It's her pure heart.
Her love for all of humanity, regardless of how it treated her.
Despite all the pain and loneliness she had to endure, she never once stopped believing in the beauty in this world.
Why did that sentence alone just make me like tear up for a millisecond? There's like a millisecond of tear there. Okay. That's an emotionally charged line. Because I'm just thinking it's like it reflects on you. It reflects on Furina. Also, that's very near Automata.
Well said. I leave Director O'Reilly in your hands.
It keeps making me think of like Kale. There are like some similarities between Kale and Furina. I mean, obviously. Since they are the two characters I brought up at the start. Furina returns to the stage.
Is she here yet?
Will she get here?
She's not coming!
You're wrong. She's here.
The whole animated cinematic.
Si je pouvais vivre dans l'eau, le monde serait-il plus beau? Me pardonneras-tu, ô chère mère? L'eau dans son courant fait danser nos vies, et la cité elle nourrit, ainsi que toi, mon doux amour.
But what about your wish?
My wish.
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Non,
Okay, that was beautiful.
Is it just me? Or was that Lady Furina on the stage just now?
She hasn't been seen for a while now, and she just appears out of nowhere?
Shastra just magically manifested a vision. Because a fire is rekindled.
Gotta say, though, her acting skills are as superb as ever.
The little Oceanid, Cleo, played by Aurélie Fumont.
Wait, that's not her name. What's going on?
I don't know. Maybe it's just a doppelganger.
I've spent a lot of time out of the spotlight, and they didn't use my name during the curtain call either. Hopefully, not too many people recognized me. It's too bad that I had to break the one clear rule I'd managed to make for myself, even if I had no choice.
I think a part of you has realized it's kind of where you belong, though.
Still, I have to admit that, despite everything. It felt good to be back on the stage again.
Finally, we would like to give a special thanks to our artistic consultant and event coordinator, Miss Furina.
Uh-oh.
Hey, that's not what we agreed on!
I think everyone recognizes you, though. You can't really hide that.
Oh, so it was Furina after all.
She's back!
Honestly, what is he doing? He should have run that by me first.
All right, calm down. Don't be mad. This was a group decision. We just didn't want your contributions to go unacknowledged.
Is she gonna acknowledge at all that she just kind of like manifested a vision out of nowhere?
After all, it's been the rule in Fontaine since ancient times that everyone's work, visible or invisible, is equally deserving of recognition.
Yes, I know the rule, but it should still be applied on a case-by-case basis. I wasn't ready for this yet.
It's no big deal. What's the worst that could happen?
At most, you might be asked to sign a few autographs later.
Oh, yeah? Well, since you think it's so easy, you can sign them for me.
I'll be your ghostwriter.
This is a great chat and all, but can we talk about that crazy thing that happened during the show? It nearly gave Pine
There we
a
go.
heart attack.
The vision.
Paimon flew over to where she was supposed to be and was about to drop the prop vision, and then suddenly, a real one popped out of thin air!
Oh, that. I've got no idea what happened there either. But hey, it worked pretty well, didn't it?
I think you know in your heart of hearts you're just not quite accepting it just yet.
I'll bet the audience has never seen such a realistic prop.
Wait, what about Dolphy? I wonder how she's doing.
Oh, Let's go check on her as soon as we finish clearing the stage.
Yes. Plus, she'll definitely want to hear how the end of the show went. If nothing else, we can safely say that we accomplished what we set out to do.
Even if she doesn't realize it, there is a... I think I kind of know the reason why the vision showed up. Because without fully realizing it, it's like she's kind of come alive again. Her heart has realized where she's supposed to be again, even if her mind kind of resists it. Oh, I guess that bed is for her.
Ah, you're back.
That would make sense.
She's doing okay. Her condition stabilized after taking some of her original medication. From experience, though, I'd say she still needs a few more days of rest.
How did the performance go? Was it a success? Did the audience like it?
You'll be glad to know it was fantastic! Also, you're not gonna believe what happened while Furina was on the stage! You'll probably be able to read all about it in the Steambird first thing tomorrow morning!
That's wonderful. I'm so sorry I failed to see it through to the end. I guess I was wrong to try and tough it out to begin with.
You did your best. That's all anyone can ask for.
Don't worry about it. Like they told me after announcing my name during the curtain call, everyone's work deserves recognition. Even though you couldn't see it through to the final scene, the audience was very impressed by your performance. It's safe to say that you made your mark on this memorial show.
Well, one way or another, we did it. I've had bad luck ever since I was born, so I never expect things to go smoothly in life. I'm just happy to know that we went out on a high note. That's all that matters.
Blaming your bad luck again, are we? Maybe if you didn't push yourself past your limits so much, your illness wouldn't be flaring up all the time.
Easier said than done.
Oh, don't you start. I don't have the energy to argue with you right now.
Aw, you two clearly care a lot about each other.
I think the whole theater troupe does.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You mean we never stop arguing with each other?
Well, in a theater troupe, there's always going to be a lot of drama. It's kind of the name of the game.
So, any plans for the next step? After the brilliant performance you put on, the reputation of your troupe is sure to spread through Fontaine like wildfire. You won't have to disband if you don't want to. You could capitalize on the rave reviews and license out the little Oceanid to the bigger theater troupes out there. That would do wonders for your financial situation.
No, we should still disband.
Yeah, it's what we all agreed to.
It wouldn't be the same without the director.
After all that's happened, I should give you guys some space. But maybe our paths will cross again one day.
Hey, don't just walk off!
I mean, can you blame him?
I still want to keep performing, so I might join another troupe. After watching Miss Furina's performance, I think I'm starting to understand our director's infatuation with musicals.
You should do it. It suits you. I'd originally hoped to keep performing too, but I don't know if my health will allow me to.
Oh, so now you finally got your priorities in order. I guess I'll hold off until you've properly recovered as well. What about you, Miss Furina? Any future plans?
They're like a little family, as most theater things tend to be. You spend enough time with people, you grow kind of a bond with them. Makes sense.
Well, frankly, I think a return to obscurity is no longer an option for me. I'm sure a slew of consultancy requests will hound me wherever I go, until I finally acquiesce. You rather sealed my fate there with your special thanks at the end of the show.
Sorry.
It's quite all right. No need to apologize. What I meant to say is that this whole experience has shown me that perhaps I'm not as averse to a return to the stage as I'd previously imagined.
Yeah.
Maybe Nervilette was right. Maybe Cleo is the right role for me. I still don't wish to pretend to be someone else, but I do have a desire to express myself. So, maybe the show will go on for me after all.
There's no need to draw lines in the sand. Just do whatever feels right to you.
Yeah. There was once a time when I was an actress in a masquerade, seeking only to hide the truth. But from now on, I want to spend my time learning real stories about real people and how they touch the lives of others around them. I want to watch them blossom and wither, see them refined on the page, retold on the stage, and remembered long into the future. I'm sure this is what captivated Director O'Reilly as well.
Sounds like you're ready to stop running from your true calling. The more you get out into the world, the more you'll discover what a fascinating place it is.
Next time, I'll invite you to join me.
Then it's a deal. If a vision is a gift from the gods, then I should do my best to honor it.
Quest completed. That was an interesting thing to say, though. Oh, the lighting suddenly kicked in. Okay.
I mean, of course I have some regrets, but...
There'll be plenty of opportunities in the future for us to tell the stories that we want on stage.
I'm just finishing packing up. As soon as I'm done, I've got an interview with the Steambird to get to.
Oh?
Thanks to all your help, the show was more perfect than we ever could have hoped for. But most of all, I want to thank you for giving me the chance to finally say farewell to Aurelie.
I mean, it's not like the Traveler did much. Furina did the vast majority of that.
Thank you so much. I feel like I've rekindled the passion I had when I first joined the troupe.
Oh.
It might turn out to be too little, too late for me. But still, this has been the experience of a lifetime.
Now that the buzz is worn off, I feel ready to pass out.
Ah, the nerves kept you awake. I'm still kind of trying to figure out what visions really mean. Because for the longest time I was thinking that the Hydro vision would... I have like this big overarching theory about like visions, stuff like that, and like why you get like the specific visions you do and stuff like that. It would be really odd if Furina got a vision other than a Hydro vision, but... But I think like the Hydro vision represents some form of like family or something like that. Some sort of family, some sort of love, some sort of belonging, maybe. And I think Furina got her vision because she realized that she had that sense of belonging. There's that strong sense of belonging in her that activated a vision. She was on a stage again for the first time, and however it's long it's been since the facade broke, and she realized she belonged there. Or at least a part of her did. That part of her realized that she really is a theater kid at heart.
It's ironic to think that in my whole time as a god, I could only ever dream of receiving this kind of power. And now that the gods have given me their blessing, it actually feels more like I'm finally able to take my fate in my own hands. Is that how humans feel about it as well?
Somewhat. She has a lot to think about with that vision now, huh? Okay. I want to go and find Nervalet. I wonder if Nervalet's still around. I wonder if he's up at the... Whoa! Textures, question mark. I wonder if he's up at the Palais Mermonia. Is there an easy way to get up there? I do have Kazuha. I know there's like weird things, or if you teleport, it kind of breaks it. So I'm gonna try to not teleport up there. And see if like, if for some reason Nervalet is like just standing there somewhere waiting to be talked to. Probably not, but worth a shot. Just climb up here. Just disturb public order by climbing around. Alright, I need to get up there somehow. That's quite a long way up. Anything is possible of Kazuha, though. There's a lip, though, you have to get around. Somewhat doable. Oh, water. Okay. There's no point to running across this, but I'll do it anyways. What's the easiest vantage point? That looks like it'll be hard to get around. Maybe through that. Alright, Kazu? This is so dumb. There's not going to be a point to us. Nerflight's not going to be just there. They wouldn't do that. I feel like there was a much easier way of doing this, but I insisted on doing it the hard way. Okay. Nope. Maybe he's sitting inside somewhere. This is taken up by other people.
Time to go.
Unless maybe we go further and he's standing around here somewhere, or... Nah. I'm still gonna head inside and take a look. Just a last final peek. Actually, can you even go in his office? I don't know if his office is a free space. I do also want to talk to that Melusine and see if they have anything to say. Like, different. As like, oh, maybe Furina used to live here instead of just... They would only have to change like one singular word to be like accurate now. Am I allowed in? Oh? Oh, he's not there. How sad. I guess I'll take his place. Alright. I want to check one thing real quick. Oh? They actually... She used to... Okay. She used to have an apartment on the top floor. I remember someone did once try to get in there by jumping off the roof. Fortunately, his life didn't wind up in identity. He's presently hard at work at the Fortress of Meribede. They did change it to say used to. Good touch. They remembered to... That kind of happened again. Lady Furina left her official post to pursue a life closer to her own desires. They remembered to update that. She seemed a lot more relaxed the last time I saw her, so I don't think you need to worry about her. Oh. It's nice that they...
Don't run off on your own, or you might not be allowed to leave.
Oh. It's nice that they updated that. Okay, what's in here? Nothing. That is a solid door. Okay. I do want to do just a few more things. Especially since I think Furina has some things unlocked in like her voice lines. Oh, and also the teapot. There are some teapot things I want to do. She has voice lines there. Let me out. But before we do that, I will take small brick to Bois de Loup. That's not how you pronounce that. I'm drinking water. Or refilling my water. Yes. I'll be right back. Wait. Wee. Life. Okay. Pop that away. Get back into here. Alright. Yeah, I think we will end it off with the teapot. So, let's look at the things you just unlocked. Her vision. Maybe we should, maybe it'd have like more impact if I did this after the like story quest like a few days later, but let's be honest, I don't know if I'm gonna stream a few days from now. So I best we do this now while it's like still fresh in my memory. If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You face suffering and loneliness. Is this still what you want? By a twist of fate, the musical The Little Oceanid, which nearly died before it could live, got the chance to be performed, and proved a resounding success at the Opera Epiclese. Furina, standing in for the real actress, played the heroine, Cleo, who sacrificed herself to guide the freshwater upon which human survival depended back to them. According to the script, she was not to take up the vision that would appear before her as she disappeared, but instead allow it to fall into the ocean depths alone. But during the actual performance, a real vision appeared, and it belonged to Furina. Visions are usually objects that appear in response to humankind's most fervent wishes, and this one, in particular, seemed more like a reward for her past deeds. As Furina grasped it, its reflected radiance seemed to contain her heart, filled once again by this performance. Performing had, in the past, brought her much pain, to the point where she had turned her back on the stage, but she indubitably understood the glory and brilliance of the stage best of all, and could give those who chase their dreams on the stage her matchless guidance and support. As to the question of what to do next, which had plagued her for so long, she now had a clear answer. To see this world from the perspective of the audience and create the greatest performances without stepping on stage. No longer would her attention be focused only on musicals, as long as it's related to performance, Furina is interested in taking part from behind a curtain. Also, it is worth mentioning that though she seemed quite calm upon receiving that vision, so much so that she even managed a few fine words. Upon leaving the theater troupe, Furina immediately set off afterward to avenge herself on the local legend she had once anchored by accident, which ended quite poorly for her. What? That's I feel like that's oddly meta, because like okay. I've fought a few of those local legends before, they're very hardy. Immediately set off afterward to avenge herself on the local legends she had once anchored by accident, which ended quite poorly for her. She returned home, dejected but not defeated. She spent all night studying her vision, which ended up causing the entire building to flood. Ooh. And once she had finally cleaned things up, together with the salon members, she received the final missive from the apartment manager. No pets allowed in these apartments, not even if they are a gentle home or a superintendent. That's an interesting vision story. You've been looking ever since you started the story quest like 2 or 3 hours ago by now, and it's getting late for you, so you're gonna go, but you just want to say thank you for streaming. Oh, thank you. Thank you for watching, Mudkippy. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful, tomorrow, since I think you're going to bed. Good night and sweet dreams. Awesome. Okay, 3 new voice lines. I don't know what I want to say for last. Maybe... No, I'll just do it in order.
My story has already come to an end. And so the next act shall be about our story. In which case, we should probably start charging double for public appearances. I am so happy!
I'm sorry, am I starting to laugh like her? Oh no. Oh no, I'm starting to realize I might imitate her laugh. Either I always laugh like that and it's like just a weird coincidence, or I'm starting to imitate her laugh. Uh-oh. I steal a lot of things from like characters I really like, and I guess that includes laughs and like verbal things and phrases and stuff like that. Everyone is a reflection of the people they like the most, and the people they're surrounded by. Friends and such, and family, and all the media you consume. It's all reflected in who you are in some way. I guess I've stolen her laugh now. Whoops. I mean, at least I haven't, like, stolen someone's name. I'm not a fae, not yet. This is really cute. About the vision.
Once the ancient prophecy came to an end and everything was over, I fell into low spirits for a very long time. People who stand on the stage basking in the adulation of their audience must also bear the pressures of being in the public eye and living up to everyone's expectations. But I knew very well my person wouldn't be enough, and that putting on the act of a god would be the only way to satisfy their adoration. And at the end of the day, all I ever experienced was loneliness. So, there came a point when I loathed the very thought of acting and locked myself in my room. It wasn't until the moment I stood on stage and faced the audience again that I realized the anxiety in my heart had dissipated. The reason I can now stand before the crowd's watchful gaze is perhaps because I have finally started to act as myself.
So maybe it's not acting as a whole, but maybe it was a result of the exact character she was acting. Because she realized like the character she was acting was also like just the very same person as her almost. And she felt like she belonged in that character because that character was her. Or at least in some way fully reflected her. And because she felt like she belonged, she got a hydro vision, which symbolizes belonging, maybe. I don't know. I don't know about that. I need to develop that theory a bit more. More about Furina 4.
Recently, I've been wondering if I've been a little too hard on myself in the past. In my efforts to maintain the reserved manner of a deity, I never got the chance to enjoy my life. Which is why I've become obsessed with shopping lately. I bought many new precious things, like dazzling rainbow-colored tea bags, fully automated extendable cutlery, and a saddle especially made for riding seahorses. But in the end, I realized that most of the stuff I bought was useless. So I sent them all to the troupe to be used as props in performances. Strange. Before I bought those things, I was certain they would all be of good use to me.
Huh. Trope. How was I saying it? I guess it's just about troop. Alright. Also, there's one more thing I wanted to do before we go to the teapot.
Popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
I need to figure out where the food is. Maybe here. Maybe I'll go inside here and see if I can get like food recipes from here. Because I know something. Maybe it is in here? Can I enter? Okay. Hotel de Bar. Oh! Yeah, I don't think I've ever talked to this person. Did you just... Sorry, I thought you talked in like cashier noises. I like see the menu. There we go. All these things I haven't seen before. Alright. Duck confit. I'm meaning to go for the food. Cream of mushroom soup. Fontaine aspic. Huh? Boudin noix aux pommes. I'm going to assume black pudding? Maybe? Fontanian foie gras. Nice. Lasagna. Croissant seafood soup. I feel like someone specially dishes to do with that. Trips du port. I don't know what to pronounce and what not to pronounce. It's been a while. Tomates narbonnaise. Consomme. Is that like a... I feel like that's some sort of like rice-based dish. And cassoulet. Or cassoulet. Okay, so it's not here. The recipe I'm looking for isn't here. There's one specific... Ooh. Cream of mushroom soup. Oh, that sounds tasty. I don't entirely know what foie gras is. Okay, I still don't know what that is. I guess this is some sort of meat or something. Il Filtrante is just a boat, I think. Is there more food stuff around? You. See you. I need more restaurants. I need to go find some more restaurants. There's something very specific I'm trying to find. I guess it wouldn't be in here. I weirdly don't remember this place all too much. I guess I just didn't go upstairs. Oh, the boss of...
the key ingredient in fine dining.
Okay. Fine art and good food. Uh-huh. Tell me about art. The most popular of these are magical performers, Mr. Linney and Miss Lena. Art is a green ingredient in fine dining is something I believe in, but strongly hope that the culture atmosphere here shall spread far and wide. Okay, impressive. Please have this sweet treat as a personal thank you gift. Enjoy your meal. Oh? Il flottant? I didn't entirely look at that dish. Is that a sweet treat? I don't know. Okay. Where are the other restaurants? There's one here. Okay, I'll talk to you and see if you sell what I want. Otherwise, I don't really know where else to go. I need to find a place that is selling desserts. And by that, I think you can kind of guess what I'm trying to find. Maybe it's this. Maybe I just need to wander around a little bit. I don't want to... Because if I talk to you, I'll start to commission, but I don't... Okay. Let's go. Customers, yada yada. I'll do the commission. And then I'll talk to you again, see what you have. Officer Menth again. Let's go. Depresso Espresso. One Depresso Espresso coming right up. Coffee and water, I think. Uh-oh. Oh, wrong thing entirely. I was too used to the other one. Coffee. Coffee. Okay. Here you go, mint person, mint mellowzine. Here's your Depresso Espresso. Aw. She needs it to stay awake. She's gonna pass out otherwise. Your job is very taxing. I've taken like a lot of pictures of her and Yoimiya. I've taken a few pictures of her and Furina as well. I take a lot of pictures of Furina. Uh-huh. Alright, now what do you sell? Show me what you sell. Give me food. Bitter coffees and the sweetest cakes. That is exactly what I need. Tell me about the sweet stuff. There we go. La lettre fossilor. Or however you pronounce that. Lettre fossilor. And blubber profiterole. This is like exactly what Furina mentioned. Does she like come by here, I guess? That's a lot of coffee beans. I'm gonna buy them all. I'll buy your entire stock. I'll buy some Fanta as well. Let's go on a bit of a spending spree. Alright. That is the one thing I wanted to find. Do the teapot. Oh. I'll do the plants later. The plants aren't important. Yeah, I'll do the plants off stream because I don't think that's worth watching. Okay. Come on. Let me in. I'm in my more, I guess, Liyue inspired rather than like my chaotic one, which means I have to go in here to cook. So I keep being surprised that I just have like Nahida just standing there, just observing the the miniature scale model of the Sub-Zero's festival, or the, what am I saying? What is this called? The something theater. My brain entirely fogged out there. I was gonna say collapse, but that would be that would be painful. Weird place to cook cake in, but okay. Alright, where is it then? Where are you? Yeah, that I think if you cook this, you get, what's his name? Fremene's signature dish? Oh, La Lettre Fossilor is like a tiramisu or something. Oh, it is a coffee cake. Okay. Cool. A small cake shaped into a long rectangle. It is said that long ago, a certain pâtissier used the great love the people of Fontaine held for their Hydro Archon as inspiration to create this confectionery masterpiece. The manifold layers stacked one upon the other are a true test of the chef's skills, and each aspect of this cake is proof of the great Hydro Archon's influence. It's her special dish. You cook this, you get her special dish. Let's go. The endlessly indulgent aroma of coffee and almonds draws you in and pushes your thoughts forward, as though you absent-mindedly stumble into an extravagant opera without even realizing it. You find yourself drowning in the twists and turns of this luxurious performance, and only hope that the finale never comes. Also, I never, in my own own home cooking and stuff, I never really make desserts and sweets like that. I don't usually bake things. I usually just cook things, just meals. I don't ever really cook desserts. Maybe I should try, but they seem complicated. Maybe one day.
Being too popular can be so—
Come on.
Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Give me one. Gotcha. I'm gotchaing food. Come on. How many is it gonna? How many are we gonna have to make until I get the dish? Come on. Come on, Furina. Add your special twist on it. Come on. We're going all the way to 10. Damn. And we've hit pity. Let's go. we've hit pity for the food. It looks nothing like the original of it. Pour la justice. Furina's specialty. Pour la justice means veneration of justice in Fontaine, and she who once performed on the greatest of stages bore witness to the birth of sublime justice. Its layered flavors seem to swell and fade like the waves of the sea, before finally relaxing as though laying down a heavy burden.
Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
Furina, please. Perhaps it reflects something she personally experienced. Yeah, you think? Alright, I'll keep going until I can auto-cook it. There's 2 more. So I want to change the music to like Fontaine music, especially like that one during the execution scene, but that's not available yet. And I'm really hoping they make it available one day, because that would be so emotional. It would be 10 out of 10 atmosphere. I would go into my Furina teapot and every single time I would cry. That is the vibe I am going for. Alright, can I not just teleport out of this? I need to exit. And behold, the stage I made for her. Let's pretend she's not acting and just like is directing the other 2. But one day she'll make her return to acting. Because that's what the vision is for. The vision is proof that she truly belongs on a stage. Even if it does cause her pain. Or even if she does have like a lot of past pain to do with it. Her heart belongs on a stage. Or at least her heart wants her to do something to do with the stage. She's intimately connected with the theater. And thus she belongs here.
They say that people who have lost their sense of joy are like withered flowers. I, of course, must continue to blossom for as long as possible. So it falls to you to entertain me with a thrilling conversation.
I used to thought it was kind of depressing that she kind of like acted like that, because I thought like the real her was like more like I don't know, but like I think she's like kind of come to terms with the fact that the real version of her is a mix between the act she put on for 500 years and the person who was underneath that. She's acting as the real her, I think she was saying. And that act of the real her turns out to just be kind of like this. And I think she's happy with that. At least I hope she is. Would you like to have a chat with me?
A chat, you say? A simple word, but a fascinating idea. Through the power of words, people who are worlds apart can come to understand one another's innermost thoughts. But conversations can come with a great risk as well. The deeper you let someone in, the more deeply they can wound you.
Yeah, true.
That's why people are just as afraid of intimacy as they are of being alone.
I wasn't expecting you to start philosophizing on the human condition. Yeah, that's very... I don't want to say profound. That's very... That does hold true. To an extent.
Hey! I just gave a very moving speech. Is that all you can say?
The Traveler is an odd one.
When one is blessed with both beauty and depth as I am, one naturally has many musings on the vicissitudes of life. All the best moments in opera are grounded in real-life observation.
So, you're not a fan of chatting? Traveler, you're not the Oz to her official. She's just... What are you doing?
I didn't mean that. It popped into my head, that's all. People are just as afraid of intimacy as they are of being alone. And I thought, wow, that's a good line.
Bro, that's me. That's something I do. That is 1000% something I do. I come up with random thoughts. It's like, oh, that is so good. I'm going to say that to someone. I'm gonna write this. I'm gonna text this to my friend, and then like try to develop this out into like some big essay on the human condition. And then it's like, I don't really know where I was going. I just really liked this line, so I wanted to develop it. That's like the truth, the honest truth as to like where a lot of my poems come from, honestly. It's like a single line like this, and I'm like, I want to develop that more. I want to think more about that. She's so real for that. Furina is so real for that. That's such a me thing.
Surely you've had that before too. You know, where you really want to say something profound that makes everyone go, wow, that was deep.
She's so me. Okay, yeah, I've done that before.
Good. I appreciate your honesty. All it means is that you're well suited to stand under the spotlight.
Us theater types. Us theater kids. All of you of your hearts that belong in the theater.
I've played so many solo performances in the past that I've gotten a bit bored of them. Why don't you join me? We can be a protagonist duo and expand our repertoire.
Hell yeah.
Let me think for a second. What shows are popular right now that have a good role for you? Oh, I know! I saw a pretty decent opera the other day. Why don't we practice a few scenes together? Come on, I'll do your makeup. We'll make it a dress rehearsal.
I was gonna say something. What was I gonna say? I don't know what I was gonna say there, but I really like her. She's super cool. Dang it. That would have been so cool if that was like just a random boop. Okay. I forgot exactly what I was gonna say there. Oh no, I probably said it. I probably said it at some point in the past. She would like to go shopping. Of course she would. Okay. Oh, I just recently got friendship 6, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna try to get that all the way up to friendship 10, and then I'll get her name card, and then I'll have, and then literally everything on my thing will be Furina. Because right now that's the Kokomi name card. I just thought it fit. Okay. Let me go wander off to... Let's go here, maybe? Here's gonna be a shiny spot. So in all honesty, I didn't actually, like, cry at all during that quest, and I was kind of expecting to. I did have, like, milliseconds of, like, moments where I got, like, really teary-eyed, but it never, like... Hold on, what? Question mark. It never... got super overwhelming or anything that made me just, like, bawl my eyes out. Which I'm actually kind of okay with, because... it was more of a happy quest for me. It was more of a... I was almost on the verge of, like, happy tears, you know? Happy crying. Almost. I feel like that was a pretty alright... a pretty alright quest. was a 10 out of 10 quest because Furina was in it, but I'm just like thinking about like the characterizations of like Paimon and Traveler and stuff like that, but yeah, I didn't really mind that too much. All in all, pretty good quest, I do believe. What is that down there? There's a circle. Some sort of gate. I'm curious. Yeah, there's a lot I'm going to be exploring off stream and stuff like that. I'm going to be, since I'm probably not going to be streaming all in like the next few, whatever, because it's, my last stream was like 2 weeks ago. I've kind of realized that my last stream was 2 weeks ago. So I will be doing a lot of this off stream. I'll be doing like her friendship, obviously like her friendship thing, since I'm not going to be streaming every single day of like every single daily thing I do with Furina, but I'll be doing that friendship thing off stream. I'll be leveling up this Splendor of Tranquil Waters off stream. And I'll like 90 that up and it's like, oh, that's so pretty. That's so perfect for her. Wait. Is there... Wait. Can I... Okay, no, I was thinking for a second there that like the shape of that as it like wound around there, it almost looked like the guillotine. It almost looked like the end of the guillotine, but that's more of like a fin kind of thing. Okay. Just for a millisecond that like the thought crossed my mind. That was odd. What was I talking about?
Yep.
Yeah. Since I'm probably not going to stream for like another few weeks or something. At least until I get new meds. Since the ones I have right now just do not work at all. Which is a shame. I might try to, but I'm not sure. So I'll get like these. I've been working on these. I'll get these all up to like level 9, and then I will triple crowner on a stream at some point. I can't say when though, because this takes a lot of time. It's definitely going to be like a few weeks at least, just because of these. I'm gonna have to gather up a whole bunch of these, and that's gonna take some time. It's really fun to fight that boss though. I don't think I've fought that this cycle, have I? Nah, if I did it on stream, which was like drag out the stream kind of needlessly, I don't mean to do that. Alright. There is like ending things I want to say, but I don't know how to. I want to kind of like just stay on the screen for a bit, but yeah, I'll do the same thing I was doing at the start. And like have this open just so it kind of like is music in the background, but yeah. Okay. Swap over to there, everything should be good. I mean, no music is playing, but that's very odd. Maybe I'll wait for music to come back on. Why is it so silent? Genshin, please. Play something. It is so silent. What are you doing? What the heck? Where'd the music go? Do I need to play my own? How long am I gonna wait for the Genshin? Genshin, what are you doing? Genshin? There we go. Merci beaucoup. Alright. So, I said at the start, and I was kind of like insinuating a little bit that I have been... No, how do I want to word this? I kind of like reflected a lot with Furina's because the way she talks and is like when she's like really exhausted and burnt out and sad and stuff like that. And I kind of realized I was like that a bit. And then I kind of realized like, oh, I'm exhausted and incredibly burnt out. I don't want to say from streaming. I want to just say from life in like general. And that's kind of like the thing that's been digging into me and bringing me down a bit. And it's been like that for a very, very long while. I grew really tired and exhausted of a facade I've built up for a long while, and I'm not talking about my name, I'm not talking about Apollo Apollyon. It's been the very, very slow realization that I've built up. Because I never thought that I would have done that. I never thought that I did that. But there is a lot of like masking behavior that I do that's like related to like my ADHD and everything. There's a lot of stuff I hide behind, a lot of me that I hide because I think it makes people uncomfortable. A lot of me that I hide that has happened kind of unconsciously, subconsciously. It's not stuff I did on purpose, it's not stuff I would do on purpose, but it's all definitely there. It's all definitely slowly caused me to like fizzle out. It was just every spark, yeah. I think I was trying to make a big metaphor at some point during the stream as like you start chasing that spark again, hoping that it'll make you feel alive again, hoping that it'll rekindle what you think you lost. And for me, that kind of is streaming. For me, that kind of is this whole, where did the music go? For me, that is this whole thing I'm doing here. I started this way back when I was already incredibly burnt out and just exhausted. And I'm still not sure if that was the smartest thing to do or not, but I needed to go somewhere, you know? I needed to do something. I needed to start something. And I keep avoiding and I keep like running away from it, but it was a very Furina thing. I would apologize for that, but no. That's just me being, I need to be unapologetic, but even though it like feels cringe to say, like, oh, I'm so much like Furina, oh, that's such a Furina moment, blah blah, whatever. It was such a Furina thing for me during this quest that like kind of at the same time that Furina was realizing, or maybe not realizing, kind of just like subconsciously noticing that being on a stage, being in the theater, being in that environment again was slowly making her feel and act more alive again. It was kind of like a slow realization for me as well that's like, streaming does make me feel alive. Yeah. It doesn't, I don't want to say I feel the most alive when I'm streaming, but some part of that holds true. I feel the most something. I feel the most in tune with like what I think my life's purpose is when I'm streaming. And I think the same holds true for like Furina when she's on a stage and when she's acting and when she's being that, when she's letting her inner theater kid come alive. I think that's when she feels the most alive, and that's when I feel the most me, maybe. Which is odd. Yeah, maybe it's not feeling alive, maybe it's just feeling the most me. Feeling the most, like, genuine person. Which is odd because I do hide a whole lot behind a certain persona. But just like Furina, it's the whole... Are you really acting as a persona and then taking off the mask and acting as yourself, or are they two in the same? And are you really just acting as yourself? And I feel like I really do that. I do act as myself. It's not like I'm acting some other character, I'm acting me. I don't know. There's a lot of realizations there. There's a lot of realizations and thinking I need to do. A lot of realizations I need to come to that are probably going to be quite similar to what Furina does, or at least, like what Furina has at least thought about. There's a massive overlap and like similarities there, and I just love that. But yeah. I was going to take like a big break naturally from like streaming, at least until like my next prescription. Which is a nice excuse to hide behind, but I don't know. I kind of want to like take a big break for a while, but I also know that I never let myself do that. But I'm probably going to disappear for a few weeks. Another few weeks, I'll just be gone and not really do much. And I'm trying to learn how to be okay with that. Because part of the reason like I perpetuate my own burnout is just like I put in too much effort sometimes, I think. I put too much effort into this thing, and and as ungrateful as it sounds, I don't know. You put in all this effort and then you don't really get the exact return you expect out of it. Of course you're gonna be burned out. Of course you're gonna die a little inside. Of course, when you pour so much of yourself into something and then it kind of just fizzles out, it doesn't feel great. I don't know if I need to learn to disconnect from that, or if I just need to... Or if I just need to Furina it. Whatever that means. I think I'll learn in time for myself what that means, what it truly means to just Furina something. To just Furina my entire streaming attempts. Yeah. And I would say I'm hopeful. Like, oh, maybe I'll stream again, like in a few days or something like that, because it's like the realization that it does make me feel alive when I'm streaming or something like that, and like very Furina-esque or something. But most likelihood it'll be a few weeks. I'll be gone for a while. I'll be gone for like a month. Maybe I'll try out something new. I've been meaning to stream like Victoria 3 or something and try that out, just because that's kind of like what I'm obsessed about recently. That might be good, but. Yeah. Is that what I wanted to say? I don't know if that's what I want to say. But yeah, that's kind of been all this stuff that's been like eating me inside out that I usually don't share at all, really. I usually just hide behind metaphors and poems to do that all for me. And it's really weird and hard to word that out for myself, but I feel like that all just kind of needs to be said. Okay, where did I want to go on from there? There's something to do with Furina. There was just so much I wanted to say that was like entirely to do with Furina or something like that, but yeah. I'm not quitting from this. I'm not leaving. I'm just... I'll just be gone for a while. It was something I was saying about Mista a long time back. It was something that Mista mentioned, that he said he realized he was done with everything. Because he was burned out from all of it, and I realized that despite being burned out from all of this, I'm not done. I'm not going to be done for a very, very long time. So even if I'm burnt out of all of it, I'm not done with any of this. I'm still gonna be back eventually. I'll just be gone for a while. I don't really know how to feel about all that. It's all something for me to explore on my own. Yeah. With that all being said, one thing I want to say to each and every single one of you, whether you're watching this live, whether you're watching the VOD, whether you've seen this in any tangentially related way to me existing. Okay, that was weird to say that word now, because I was going to bring that up. I will always, 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 always thank you for existing. Because it's people like you who make me who I am. It's people like you who I realize are my purpose in life, at least in some way. So yeah, thanks for existing. And I've been Apollo Apollyon. I'll see you maybe at some point the next month when I decide to come alive again. When I'm medicated or when I'm not. When I've kind of figured out whatever I'm going through right now. Yeah. Good morning, and bye-bye.